Hello. Good morning to one and all gathered here. It's my immense pleasure welcoming all to the Monday National Level Seminar on Deciphering Intellectual Department of Pharmacology. Check. A pleasant good morning to one and all gathered here. Good morning to one and all.
Good morning.
Good morning to one and all. Intellectual property rights and pharmacovigilance. Organized by Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences. A pleasant good morning to all and all gathered here. It's immense pleasure. Yeah, line on the problem. one and all gathered here. It's immense pleasure in welcoming all the others and everybody certificate.
A very good morning to all. கேக்குதா சார்? சார் இங்க கேக்கல சார். A very இங்க ஆடிட்டோரியத்துல கேக்கல வாய்ஸ். A very good morning to all. A very good morning to all. A very good morning. A very good morning to all. அது சரி வராது. A very good morning to all. A very good morning to all. Mic கம்மி பண்ணிருக்காங்க வால்யூம்.
Check. Hello. Check. Hello. ரொம்ப சவுண்டா பேசுற மாதிரி இருக்கு. ஆன் பண்ணி தான் இருக்கேன். இங்க வாய்ஸ் ப்ரியாரிட்டில ஆன் பண்ணிருக்கேன். வருதா? ஆன் தான் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
நல்லா தெளிவா இருக்கு. அமைதியா இருப்பா.
குட் மார்னிங்.
வர சொல்லிடலாமா?
இப்ப பேசிட்டு போ ஜஸ்ட்.
You don't make noise during the program. Okay. This is a virtual program. The two speakers will be connected through virtually online. நீங்க சத்தம் போட்டா அங்க டிஸ்டர்பன்ஸா இருக்கும். So you should not connect with virtually. உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்கிரீன்ல டிஸ்ப்ளே ஆகும். ஸ்கிரீன்ல மைக் எல்லாம் கனெக்ட் ஆயிருக்கும். உங்களுக்கு அவர் பேசுறதெல்லாம் கேட்கும். ஆனா நீங்க வந்து விர்ச்சுவலா கனெக்ட் ஆகணும் அவசியம் கிடையாது. விர்ச்சுவலா கனெக்ட் ஆகிறவங்க வெளியே ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணவங்க கனெக்ட் ஆயிருப்பாங்க. சத்தம் போடாம இருக்கணும்.
Good morning to everyone gathered here. Good morning. My name is Trichy. It's my immense pleasure in welcoming all to the one-day national seminar on deciphering the values of intellectual property rights and pharmacovigilance, organized by the Pharmaceutical Sciences. Affiliated by Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai. Good morning to one and all. Good morning to one and all gathered here. It's my immense pleasure in welcoming all to the one-day national seminar. Thank you. Sir. Data problem. பசங்கள்ட்ட கேளுங்க யாராவது பசங்க வாய்ஸ் வச்சிருக்காங்க. Hello, Sheikh. Good morning. It's my immense pleasure in welcoming all to the national level seminar on deciphering the avenues of intellectual property rights and pharmacovigilance, organized by Department of Pharmacovigilance, Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Trichy, associated with the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai. To begin with, may I request our beloved and respected Principal Madam to welcome the Chief Guest and the gathering. Please, Madam.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, a very pleasant morning to one and all gathered and connected virtually here. It's our pleasure and privilege in welcoming all to this one-day national seminar entitled Deciphering the Avenues of Intellectual Property Rights and Pharmacovigilance. It's being hosted by the Department of Pharmacognosy to promote the herbal research and patenting that are blooming in the field of pharmacy. The seminar is aimed at enhancing the knowledge of students, researchers, and faculties regarding the avenues, benefits of intellectual property rights and pharmacovigilance. Nowadays, mushrooming of patenting is becoming more popular. It's good in one way because at least people started thinking about patency and patenting their research works that of social usefulness. In past years, it was very feeble to find people publishing their research work. Now the scenario is changed and they also started publishing papers in highly indexed journals and presently trying for more citations of their research work. I am happy to share that our college has crossed 600 research publications in referred national and international journals of high impact factor. To its credit, our institution has 7 international and 3 national, totaling 10 granted patents so far. Death due to some disease is unavoidable, but the casualty due to medicaments is unacceptable. Pharmacovigilance aims at early detection of unknown safety problems, identifying risk factors, quantifying risk, enhancing the patient care and safety in relation to the use of medicines and to support public health programs. I hope that the deliberation by eminent speakers in today's seminar, Dr. Gopal, Dr. Kaliselvan, Dr. Chandan Chandra, and Mr. Sasivarya might open up some new avenues for the delegates in performing dedicated research in pharmaceutical sciences and patenting. At this juncture, I am delighted to welcome today's chief guest, one of the renowned professors in Tamil Nadu, Dr. Gopal, Principal and the Registrar Academic, Mother Teresa Postgraduate and Research Institute of Health Sciences, Puducherry, who doesn't need any introduction here because he has been with us in education service for the past 30 years. We welcome you wholeheartedly, sir. I feel glad to welcome our distinguished professor, Dr. Ismail, and our vice principal, Dr. Krishnamurthy, who constantly support us for the progress of this institution. I would like to thank all principals who supported us by informing their students to connect online for active participation. I am pleased to welcome the budding pharmacists, young and energetic teachers from various organizations, and my dear colleagues. We are delighted to get a fantastic response from other states virtually. Hearty congratulations and best wishes to you all. My sincere thanks to all delegates for your patient hearing. Last but not the least, I congratulate the coordinators, Dr. Shakila Banu, Mrs. Kavita, Mrs. Shanta for excellent arrangement and their efforts to bring up this program successfully. I wish this national seminar a grand success. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, madam. Now, may I request our respected professor, Dr. A. Ismail sir, to take the program. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. On the dais and off the dais. I'm here to felicitate the program. And first of all, I would like to pay my tributes to Dr. Gopal, our renowned professor and head of Pondicherry Mother Teresa Institute of Paramedical Sciences. Welcome, sir, to our college after nearly more than 2 years now. And we are very glad to have you here in today's seminar organized by the Pharmacovigilance department. And the topic title of the national seminar is on IPR and pharmacovigilance. And it is very interesting to observe that the organizers have combined these two different entities together in a single seminar. This is very interesting indeed, because as you all know, oh, it's echoing, there is echo. The IPR, you know very well what is this IPR, and also you know what is pharmacovigilance, but still I am supposed to be stating this. And IPR is the process to encourage innovation and creativity amongst you. That is, you could be just a pharmacist. Some of you could turn out to be a research pharmacist in future. And in such cases, IPR is one of the foremost things that you must try to be achieving for all the research outcomes that you have carried out to get it registered. The patency should be registered, because this gives you the right to own your invention or whatever you have created by your research. This is basically a very needed aspect of your research proceedings. And IPR ultimately gives you the legal rights to you as the inventor or creator. For whatever you have invented, if you got it patented by the due process in Indian base or internationally, it gives you the legal right to be the owner for certain period of time. That is the importance of IPR proceedings. Similarly, coming to pharmacovigilance, being a pharmacist, you have to be very observant in treating the patients. Of course, you know it. It's a basic thing in pharmacy field. If you are going to be a clinical pharmacist or a dispensing pharmacist, or a manufacturing pharmacist or analytical pharmacist, whatever it is, you are going to have your process being kept under vigil. And you know, in general, vigil is referable to finding something abnormal and unusual happening. So in case of pharmacovigilance, you are going to see with the usage of drugs on the patient population, any untoward effect is occurring. That is ADRs, what you call, or in simple pharmacology, you call it as side effects, adverse effects. So if any such thing is happening, you are going to observe for it during the finding out of your formulation, or during the clinical trial of your formulation, or even during post-marketing stage. So this is called pharmacovigilance. Simply, it is the same like an English word, vigilance, and this is applied to the drugs, pharmacovigilance. In vigilance procedure anywhere, not just in pharmacy, anywhere, vigilance means the police department and others who are involved in the vigil process, they are going to have 3 steps. One is preventive vigilance, participative vigilance, and punitive vigilance. Same thing is applicable to pharmacovigilance also. Here, the preventive one, we refer to the detection of adverse effects that could happen right from phase 1 of the clinical trial, or even in preclinical trial. That is, in pharmacology laboratory, what you are going to do, you can still carry out this detection of any adverse effects, and that falls under the first stage. The second stage of participative is referable to the clinical trial period, assessment of whatever you are observing, any adverse effects. And the last one is punitive. Punitive means offering punishment. And in case of pharmacovigilance, not jailing the man who had manufactured the formula, but to withdraw the formulation from the usage, from the market, post-marketing stage. You find something after getting all the approvals, and then you're going to find some adverse effects, you're going to withdraw it. So all these things put together is pharmacovigilance. Now we are having today 4 experts in pharmacy world. Dr. Gopal to start with, he will give an introductory lecture to you and then go to the scientific aspect a little later. And there is one gentleman from Pharmacovigilance's Commission of India, and there is another gentleman from the IPR cell in New Delhi, and ultimately we have one from the manufacturing side of herbal formulations. And these 4 gentlemen today going to discuss with you in detail and give you more knowledge about the avenues that's open for IPR as well as pharmacovigilance. That is the theme of today's seminar, and I welcome you all, my dear audience, students from here and from elsewhere. Welcome to you all and wish you a nice time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request our principal madam to honor the chief guest of today's program, Professor Principal Dr. Gopal, by adorning the shawl. And I request our Professor Ismail by presenting a memento. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Now, I request our chief guest, Dr. Gopal, sir, Principal, College of Pharmacy, Registrar Academics, Mother Teresa Postgraduate and Research Institute of Health Sciences, to give the inaugural address. Please, sir.
Happy morning to one and all. The best place to be is in one's thought, in one's heart, and in one's prayer. One such person who is in the thoughts and hearts of all the students here is Professor Dr. R. Sendamarai, the principal of Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Trichy. I congratulate Madam and her entire team for having organized this one-day national seminar on a very interesting topic, intellectual property rights, and combining it with pharmacy. Congratulations, Madam. In our Indian tradition, we have a character called Pitamaha Bhishma. In Tamil, we call him as Bhishmar. So here we have a Bhishmar of pharmaceutical sciences, who is none other than Professor Dr. A.M. Ismail, the distinguished professor. Thank you very much, sir, for the august presence. The organizing committee chairman of this beautiful one-day national and my dear, cute, intelligent, ever smiling, bright students. 40 years back, a person who had a lot of land was considered rich. 30 years back, a person who had gold, silver, diamond, they were considered rich. 20 years back, a person who had muscle power, who was in politics, he was considered rich. Today, who is the richest man? Today, one of the richest man today in the world is Bill Gates. Bill Gates doesn't have land. Bill Gates doesn't have gold, silver, diamond. Bill Gates doesn't have muscle power or he's not in politics. He has knowledge. So today, knowledge is power. Innovation, ideas, they all are the symptoms of richness in today's world. A few years back, man believed man. There is one place in Maharashtra called Sunny Singranpur. In that village, all the houses in the village, they don't have doors. They're all open. So man believed man. There was the age. Then that belief level came down. They started having doors. The belief level still came down. They started having lock. The belief level still came down. They started appointing watchmen. The belief level still came down. They did not trust even the watchman, the door, the lock. They have put now CCTV. Life is a journey of human being human. We're all human beings, but we have to be human. The humanness in human being is coming down. So put it back, putting all this together, that journey is the importance of intellectual property rights and pharmacovigilance. A person who has spent all his life to find out something, he should get back something. So protecting his idea, protecting his innovation, that is intellectual property right. And deciphering its avenues, that is very, very, very important. What are the avenues of IPR? Tamilla ஒரு ப்ராவர்ப் சொல்லுவாங்க, நான் அரிசி எடுத்துட்டு வரேன், நீ உமி எடுத்துட்டு வா, கலந்து ரெண்டு பேரும் ஊதி ஊதி சாப்பிடலாம். So this is a proverb they used to say in Tamil. See, rice is edible. Umi is husk. That is not edible. That is not at all required. That is an adulterant. That is a substitute. So they mix. Why do we mix umi with rice and then you blow it and remove the umi and eat the rice? Just I am contributing something. So in return, you give me 50%. So that is the thought process that is going on in many industries. And putting it back into position is the role of intellectual property rights. I can explain this beautifully in one word, in a case study. See, there is one company called Ciba-Geigy. They had a R&D team. That R&D team was headed by Dr. Nicholas Leiden. The R&D team of Nicholas Leiden discovered a compound, imatinib mesylate. Today we all know the importance of this anti-cancer compound, imatinib mesylate, which is being used in chronic myeloid leukemia and gastrointestinal stomach tumors. Now, the discovery of this anti-cancer compound was done by Dr. Nicholas Leiden and his team. But after he discovered it, the Ciba-Geigy company had a tie-up with Sandoz. It was merged and they become converted into Novartis. Now, The new company Nicholas Leiden and his team. But who got the patent? Jürgen Zimmermann. He got the patent. Okay. And this patent has been filed in 35 countries. And after patenting, the cost of the medicine has been increasing in folds. Initially, it was $26,400 for a year. Within a span of 10 years, the cost of this medicine has been increased to 1,20,000 US were not in a position to continue the treatment because of the exorbitant cost of this compound. Imatinib mesylate expired. The people were very happy to live. It went for restoration. So till 2016, they were going on. The poor patients were not able to benefit from this invention. The inventor did not get any benefit. The person who, the grassroots patients, they also did not get any benefit. But we have to appreciate our Indian government to do a evergreening of their product. Imatinib mesylate in India, they came out with a beta crystalline form and they want to evergreen the patent. But our government of India said it, no, your patent cannot be extended. They went to court. They fought in the Supreme Court for 7 years. And our Supreme Court clearly said, nothing doing. There is no evergreening. There is no novelty in your beta crystalline form of imatinib mesylate, and hence the patent cannot be evergreen. And it was available in the general public as a generic medicine from the year 2013. A single tablet that was costing 2,000 rupees. After it had come to the generic market, the cost is less than 200 rupees. So look how far our people have been benefited from this patenting. So my dear friends, this is our future. You all should have knowledge about IPR, intellectual property rights. It is our right. You should all know about it. And then now we come to pharmacovigilance. Professor Ismail has beautifully described about the importance of pharmacovigilance. When he was speaking about
So we have only two slices of bread, but then there's a description of bread is made up of maida. So maida doesn't have any fiber. So maida is not healthy. So when you are advising me to take bread, he said wheat bread is available. Why do you take wheat bread? He said very good idea. So I went to the market, I bought wheat bread. I think I opened the wheat. 75% maida. 10% wheat. And the rest is other ingredients. Then I get to the sir, you asked me to eat wheat bread. The name is wheat bread. But inside it's really only maida. Listen, why don't you buy some other company? I tried all companies. And all companies they say it's wheat bread, but 75% is maida, 10% is wheat. Then the doctor said, no, what can you do? You take it over brown bread. Then I went for brown bread. In fact, 85% is maida. Then what is that brown color? That is caramelization. That is okay. Who is it? This is my opener from. Okay, we will go for multi-grain bread. And when I got multi-grain bread, in that, again 75% is maida, 10% is wheat, and rest. So, in the name of wheat bread, there will be. We have to be very vigilant. Recently, there was a very innovative idea from a group of ministers. When we go to a hotel, in all the hotels, you can see the wall will be beautifully decorated with big photographs of puri, vada, sambar, chutney. But the group of youth students have given a request to all the hotels to please remove all the photographs. And then to put the photograph of farmers, how they are finding it so difficult in the field to grow rice. To put the photograph of the milkman, how he is taking care of the cow to get milk so that you are drinking tea and coffee. To put the photograph of the fisherman, how much he is suffering in the sea to get his fish. So if you put these photographs of the farmer, then the person who is eating the tea will remember that it is not God who gave us the rice, it is this farmer who has given us this rice.
அவர் பேசுற இப்போ வந்து நான் சிஸ்டத்தை இப்ப மாத்தி இப்ப திருப்பி வச்சிருக்கேன் ஆள் வருது ஆனா என்னோட
So this rice is my so this is mine. I'm going to patent it. So henceforth, if I patent it, the cost of company rice will be 2,000 rupees. So if people start going in that way, will the society survive? No. Nature has given everything free. All our forefathers, their whole experience was free. You have to so you want to approach into others. So we all right. It's two things. One is intellectual property, and another one is pharmacovigilance. So knowledge of this code is very important. And I also congratulate the principal of this prestigious institution and her team for having organized this national seminar on this wonderful topic. Yeah, beautiful. I congratulate all the participants for your active involvement and I wish you a very beautiful, useful, valuable learning experience. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I call upon Dr. Sharmila Bhattacharya, Head Department of Pharmacy, to deliver the vote of thanks. Madam.
good morning to all gathered here. It's my privilege to propose vote of thanks. First of all, I thank our chief guest and resource person of my education, Professor Dr. B. Gopal sir, for kindly accepting our invitation and trying our best to with us. And I thank our beloved principal madam for supporting us in all the endeavors. And I also thank our beloved professor sir and vice principal sir in guiding us in all the events. And I also sincerely thank all the principals who supported us to carry out this event successfully. And I thank all the online and offline participants who are joined with us today. And I also sincerely thank all the staff, players, for supporting us in all activities. And I also sincerely thank the students who are participating in this event. Thank you. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you, madam. The session is over. The session will start now. Few minutes.
Yes, students, please maintain silence.
Okay. For the PowerPoint. Okay. இங்க வந்து இந்த கண்ட்ரோல் இங்க ஏமா இதா
It's my privilege to present a brief about today's speaker, Professor, Principal, Dr. Gopal sir. He completed his B.Pharm in Government College of Pharmacy, Bangalore in 1990, and he obtained M.Pharm in LM Doctor Pharmacy, Ahmedabad, and he pursued his PhD from Gujarat University, Ahmedabad in 1996. Apart from pharmacy, he completed his MBA and PGDCA from Alagappa University, Korikudi, and he has guided 39 M.Pharm students, and he is an approved guide for PhD studies of 9 universities, and 28 PhD scholars have been awarded doctorate degree under his guidance, and 8 are in pipeline. He has been adjudicated 183 PhD theses from 17 universities, and he is serving as a member board of studies in various universities, and he is an ex-in-charge School of Indian Systems of Medicine and Ayush Drug Testing Lab. To his credit, he filed 3 patents. He has published 187 publications in various scientific journals and delivered 264 guest lectures in national and international conferences, workshops, and seminars. He has undertaken a research project from Center Council for Research in Siddha for 30 lakhs and 37,800 rupees. And also, he published 2 books entitled Good Agricultural Practice for the Medicinal and Aromatic Plants of Puducherry and Textbook of Pharmacognosy and Phytochemistry 1. And he has organized 14 national conferences. He is serving as a member, a referee, associate editor in various journals, and he delivered more than 300 health and moral science related programs. Totally, he has 30 years of experience in teaching and research field. And also, he is an expert member of approval process inspection of AICTE, PCI, and NBA. To his credit, he has appointed as a designated officer of the monitoring cell, Department of Drug Control, Government of Puducherry. He is chairman of Internal Quality Assurance and instrumental in obtaining A for Maharashtra Institute of Postgraduate and Research Institute of Health Sciences. He has awarded Eminent Teacher Award for 3 times in the year of 2006, 2012, and 2017. And he is also awarded Eminent Speaker Award in the year of 2020. And he is under his guideship. His college received Best Performing College Award for the year 2007 to 2009. And also he has received many awards such as Annai Teresa Award, Marundiyal Mamani Award, Saivat Tamil Pulavar Award from various organizations. Now he is serving as a principal, academic registrar and head Department of Pharmacognosy in Mother Teresa Postgraduate and Research Institute of Health Sciences. We are very happy and proud to have such a dynamic person as a today's speaker. Once again, I welcome you, sir. Kindly take the dais to your presentation. Please, sir.
Slide controlling here in the buttons. Thank you. In all national conferences, workshops, and seminars, a standard slang will be dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. But now, post-COVID, the standard slang is participants in persons and offline or online. So this is how the things are going on. I'm very happy to note that an appreciable number of participants are attending this wonderful workshop online. So congratulations to them and my best wishes to the participants who are attending offline. So thank the organizers for this wonderful opportunity. So next 60 minutes, I'm going to share my experience on the topic, deciphering the avenues of intellectual property rights with respect to drugs of natural origin. 500 years back, almost 100% of the drugs that we had were of natural origin. In the last 200 years, from 100% it has come down. But after COVID, you can see a rise in the use of drugs of natural origin. If you take data, the use of drugs of natural origin is 12,000 years old. Our forefathers, when they discovered drugs from natural origin, their aim was to give it for free so that the general public can benefit. In nature, everything is covered. You remove that cover, that is called a discover. So you need to have the thought process of understanding the inherent properties in natural substances and making them into drugs. The pleasure derived by an inventor is that his drug is being used and many people are getting benefited out of it. They are getting cured. So this pleasure itself is sufficient for an inventor. That was the concept in yesteryears. But today, this concept has changed. And what do we have? We have this intellectual property rights. So what is an intellectual property? Short term as IP. Intellectual property refers to creations of the mind, such as inventions, literary and artistic works, design and symbols, names and images used in commerce. Intellectual property is protected in law. There are a number of forms: the patent, the copyright, the trademark. One type of intellectual property is the patent. A patent is an exclusive right granted for an invention. We can see some of the popular patents. The light bulb. The most famous patented invention known to humankind was awarded to Thomas Alva Edison in the year 1878. We all know that Edison invented the bulb, but an English inventor called Joseph Swan had received a patent for a similar product in England at the same time. So Thomas Alva Edison and Joseph Swan, they had this conversation. Had it been today, they both would have gone to the court. But it was in the 18th century. So they both joined hands and then they formed a company, Edison and Swan United Electric Light Company. Edison had 1,093 patents, including a patent for phonograph, the precursor of gramophone and record player and a dictaphone. We can see another example of a popular patent, the computer. The first modern computer to be given a patent was the electronic numerical integrator and computer. It was called as ENIAC. The patent went to John and Presper, two people. However, a US court invalidated the patent over the claim that it was Attensoft-Berry computer developed in 1940s as the first computer. But this computer was not programmable. The first commercially successful computer was Apple II, invented by Steve and patented by Apple Computers in 1977. So the day patenting started, the day conflict also started. There are a number of patents, types. Design patent is there. But here, we are going to concentrate on plant patents. Plant patents are here to safeguard a new variety of plant. For example, a plant patent which is pest-free version of fruit trees. But the inventor may also want a design patent if the tree has some unique visual properties. But this design patent for plants is still yet to pick up. Why do we protect new varieties of plants? Providing an effective system of plant variety protection has the aim of encouraging the development of a new variety of plant for the benefit of the society. The breeding of a new variety of plant requires substantial amount of investment, skill, labor, money, time. There is a variety of rice called golden rice. That golden rice has vitamin A. There is another variety that is called a diabetic rice that is useful for diabetes. So providing exclusive rights to breeders is an incentive to the development of a new plant variety for agriculture, horticulture, and forestry. In the whole world, we all can be proud that India has a glorious tradition. We have Ayurveda, the science of life. We have Siddha, that is Aryan, this is Dravidian. Siddha itself means science. And then we have naturopathy. We have yoga. So these and all are truly Indian systems of medicine. Now, with this setup of a fully developed Ayurveda, Siddha, naturopathy, yoga, systems of medicine, where the knowledge is entirely free, there are no patents. Now, in this era of patenting, the question arises, what is a patentable invention? A patentable invention is one that grants the holder the right to decide how or if anyone can use its invention or not, how to use an invention. That is patentable invention. A new drug to treat cancer, a new display for mobile phone. So all this are patentable. So what is the criteria? It should be novel, number one. Number two, it should be effective. And how long do they give the patent? They give the patent for 20 years. Here, you are able to see the patent certificate for an eye-opening case. This is the patent certificate given by United States of America for turmeric. To whom? University of Mississippi Medical Center. When? May 1995. Why? For using turmeric as a wound healer. When? 1995. My dear friends, I told you we have a Siddha system of medicine that is 12,000 years old. And in this Siddha system of medicine, we have been using turmeric as a wound healer for ages. Two Indians, they studied in India. They got their graduation from Indian money. They did their research on Indian soil. They were awarded degrees with our tax, and both the people went to America, and then they patented our turmeric for America. Two researchers, Soman K. Das, another one Harihar Kohli. They both are Indians. They both studied in India. They lived in India. They used the turmeric as a wound healer. And then they went to America. And then they applied for a patent for America in US Patent Trade Office against the tradition of India for an Indian substance, turmeric, saying that it can be used as a wound healer. They had 6 patent claims covering the oral and topical use of turmeric powder to heal surgical wounds and ulcers. The Patent Trade Office withdrew the patent on 13th August after a year-long legal battle. We had to fight for 1 year with Indian Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, that argued that turmeric is a native Indian patent and had been used for centuries by the people for wound healing. So there is no novelty, and hence it cannot be patented. This is the case. The US patent number 5401504 was granted on May 1995. I remember one incident at this place, Jallianwala Bagh. You know, in our freedom struggle, we have heard about Jallianwala Bagh. 365 Indians, they are attending a meeting in a peaceful manner. There is no fight, there is no violence. Peacefully, they are having a meeting. General Dyer came with his soldiers. It was a closed meeting like this. And then he stood there and then he said, fire. A British person said fire, that's all. The 6 Indian soldiers shot Indians, and that is Jallianwala Bagh. The British did not shoot Indians. The Indian soldiers shot Indians. Here, Indians have patented for an Indian product, turmeric, for America. The same situation like Jallianwala Bagh. Okay. Okay, so what is the thing that we learn from this? Here you are able to see the photograph of Dr. R.A. Marshall Garg. He was the director of CSIR. He was the person who was running from pillar to post to document the evidences in India of using turmeric as a wound healing agent to produce it in the court to fight and get back the patent for turmeric. Documentation is very important, and we never documented it. In India, everything is oral. The teacher used to give the information in the form of poems. They used to by heart it, and they used to keep it in their brain. Documentation was not. So now with the patenting era, oral information is not accepted. Everything has to be documented. இன்னைக்கு ரோட்ல ஒரு ஆக்சிடென்ட் அப்படின்னா என்ன பண்ணுவோம்? உடனே மொபைல் போன் எடுத்துட்டு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் போட்டோ எடுக்கும். டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஆனா அந்த காலத்துல அந்த டாக்குமெண்டேஷனே இல்ல. There were no documents. So he had a very tough time. So what is the lesson that we learn? The Indian agency hired a US patent lawyer and spent $15,000 to fight a case which it supported with the documents ranging from scientific publications to books on home remedies and ancient Ayurvedic texts on the Indian system of medicine. So you can't go and represent in an international court. You need to hire somebody. You have to spend money. You will have to spend your time. And this, we didn't do it for India. We did it for all the third world countries. There are many countries there like this. They're having a rich tradition. And tomorrow somebody will go and patent their tradition. And they don't have the money or the knowledge to fight and get back the patent. So Marshall Garg said, not only in India, but in other third world countries also, this case should not repeat. That is why India fought for it. ஒரு 10 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி ஏதாவது ஒரு காலேஜுக்கு போயிருந்தீங்கன்னா அங்க கேர்ள்ஸ் எல்லாருமே முகத்துல மஞ்சள் பூசிட்டு வந்திருக்கிறத பார்த்திருப்பீங்க. அந்த காலத்துல that was a practice. We fought and got back turmeric. Now this habit of appearing turmeric has gone. Anything that is good, we don't do it. Even when you write a invitation, a marriage invitation, all the four sides we used to put turmeric. Whether it is Hindu, Christian, Muslim, apply turmeric. Why? I may have some infection. This letter, the invitation, when I'm giving it, should not carry any infection. So as a disinfectant, turmeric was applied. How do you bless somebody? You take turmeric, mix it with rice and bless it. So a disinfectant. For a birth house, for a death house, if a girl has attained puberty, in a place where everybody gathers, everywhere turmeric was used. You can see here, this is a scientific research work done on one compound of turmeric that is called curcumin. Curcumin is effective against so many conditions. Look at the types of cancer, anti-cancer activity of curcumin. For inflammatory diseases, for metabolic diseases, for skin diseases, for cardiovascular diseases, for neurodegenerative diseases. For all these diseases, one compound, curcumin. And all this is scientifically proved. See, you can see for how many types of cancer: brain tumor, breast cancer, gynecological cancer, melanoma, bone cancer. So all scientific evidence that turmeric is having such a good anti-cancer activity. Multi-target effect of curcumin, one product in turmeric. And our forefathers found out the great importance of turmeric, and they have made it as a part in our way of life. Early morning when you get up, take turmeric, apply it on your face and on your hands. When you are in the kitchen, when you are cooking, there could be a cut, there could be a burn. So first aid is turmeric. The first thing you add in your kitchen, a colorant, is turmeric. So a small amount of turmeric, prophylaxis against cancer. So and everything was free. Now we have a big problem. Not only patents, substitutes, contaminations. Today, if you buy turmeric from the market, and if you put it in a glass of water, and if that water gets a color, that means that turmeric has been coated with lead chromate to enhance its appearance. Turmeric is anti-cancer, but to enhance its appearance, you are adding carcinogens. One side patent, another side this. You take turmeric powder. In those days, they used to pound turmeric and make it into turmeric powder. But today, nobody is having the time nor that energy. So, ready-made turmeric powder. You buy ready-made turmeric powder, put it in water. If that water gets a color, that means artificial colorants are used. And most of the artificial colorants are carcinogenic. Turmeric is anti-cancer, but the colorants are carcinogenic. So we need to be very careful in choosing our own natural product. Okay. We are sitting on a virtual gold mine. That mine is called as neem. Last month, we call it in Tamil as Adi Masam. All the neem trees in the entire Tamil Nadu was converted into gods. Mariamma. The importance of a neem tree is the importance of God. Mariamma. The entire month, Adi, is for neem. And the patent neem was filed by W.R. Grace and the Department of Agriculture, United States of America, in Europe Patent Office. The said patent is a method of controlling fungi on plants comprising of contacting the fungi with a neem oil formulation. தஞ்சாவூர் பக்கம் போனீங்கன்னா விவசாயத்துல the pesticide that is used is all parts of neem. Neem bark, dried neem leaf, from the seed neem oil. You name it, all products of neem are used as pesticides, fungicides. It is a practice. And somebody else is getting a patent for our neem. The legal opposition to this patent was lodged by New Delhi-based Research Foundation for Science, Technology and Ecology in cooperation with the International Federation of Organic Agricultural Movements and Magda Evelyn, former Green member of European Parliament. So 3 people joined together to fight neem patent. The tree, legendary to India from its roots to its spreading crown, the neem tree contains a number of potent compounds. The opponents submitted evidence of ancient Indian Ayurvedic text and have described the hydrophobic extract of neem seed were known and used for centuries in India in protecting agricultural plants for fungal infections. The European Patent Office identified the lack of novelty, inventive step, and possibly form a relevant prior art of revoking the patent. Now we have a fear. Anything and everything in India can be patented. Turmeric has been patented. You have to fight and get it back. Now neem is patented. You have to fight and get it back. Now basmati rice, that was also patented. The US Patent Office granted a patent to Rice Tech for a strain of basmati rice, an aromatic rice grown in India and Pakistan for centuries, in 1997. Schoolgirls are very innovative. The dupatta they put, they put it in different styles. Be careful. Tomorrow somebody may patent it, a design patent of wearing dupatta. Yesterday I was traveling in a bus from Pondicherry to Trichy. One fellow was sitting, I was sitting on the window seat, and one fellow was sitting here. That fellow who is sitting from the aisle seat kept 2 fingers, his spat and his saliva directly flew from that end through the window outside the door. So then I thought this could be a design patent, dupatta. For dupatta to dupatta, everything is patented. நம்ம துக்கணும்னா இங்கே எச்சு ஓடுவோம். அவன் கரெக்டா துக்கணும், எய்ம் பண்ணி துக்கணும். The US Patent Office has granted a patent for basmati rice. The Indian government had pursued to appeal only 3 claims out of the 20 claims made by the original patent application of Rice Tech, which has been challenged. Only claims regarding to certain characteristics, starch index, aroma, grain dimension. We have an agreement called World Trade Organization, WTO, that does not require countries to provide patent protection to plant varieties. It only requires countries to legislate so that plant varieties are protected. Remember this verdict. 3 strains developed by Rice Tech are allowed patent protection by US. and they are eligible to label their strain as superior basmati rice. Turmeric patent we won. Neem patent we won. But basmati patent we lost. Therefore, in basmati case, Rice Tech altered the strain through crossing with the western strain of grain and successfully claimed it as their invention, and the case is an example of problems illustrated in TRIPS with regards to patenting biotechnological processes. So it is a learning process. The person here, I'm showing you the photograph. He is Padma Shri Pushpangadan. He was taking his students to a field trip to Agastya Hills. All the students were very energetic. Pushpangadan was very tired. He was not able to climb. He asked the students, "Hey, I am also climbing the hill along with you. You are all energetic, but I am very tired. How?" The students said, "Sir, some local tribals are carrying our luggage. They are not tired." We asked them, "You are carrying luggage and you are not tired. You are not carrying any luggage, but we are very tired. How come?" They said, "There is one plant called Arogya Pacha, Trichoepis xylanicus. You take that and then you keep it in your mouth and you chew it. You will get a lot of energy. You will never become tired. So we have taken the plant from them. We are keeping it in our mouth. We are not getting tired." So Pushpangadan asked, "You give me one piece." They gave him a piece. He took it, put it in his mouth. He felt immediately energetic. He came down. He did research on the Trichoepis xylanicus. He did phytochemical screening. He identified the phytoconstituents. He identified the phytochemicals. And then, very important. And then, after listening to turmeric, after listening to neem, after listening to basmati rice, he patented the phyto formulation which he has developed. And that patented product, he commercialized it. Today in America, his products are sold as hotcakes. A patented product from a tribal medicine. And he got a lot of money. With that money, he went back to the tribals and then he offered them insurance. He offered them health care. He helped them to have a safe life. And for that service, the government of India has given him Padma Shri. Pushpangadan. You should learn from your mistakes. The mistake one, our tradition is not documented. So document your tradition. Mistake number two, fight. If you don't fight, you will lose just like you lost basmati patent. In India, our tribals have so much of knowledge. So you fight for them. You get their information, patent them, and whatever money you get in commercializing that patent, give it back to the tribals so that the tribals will be happy. They are the inventors. So that example is Pushpangadan. Anybody know who he is? He is Gopalakrishna Nayak. He was cleaning some glasswares in a research lab. And after cleaning the glasswares in the research lab continuously for 10 days, he found there were hair growth on his fingers. இந்த இடத்துல முடி இருக்கும் பாத்திருக்கீங்களா? அந்த முடியெல்லாம் முசு முசுன்னு ஆயிடுச்சு. இங்கேயே முடி முளையுது, அப்ப இங்க முளையாதா? So he came out with a product you all know is Anu, male pattern baldness. He got a patent for it. Anu hair oil, an Ayurvedic product that sells 60,000 bottles abroad without the backup of any advertisement. This handmade process is now fully automated from Arctic Herbal Remedies, an Indian factory near Thiruvananthapuram. Now he had sold that patent to a company called Godrej. But there is a problem. In his formulation, one ingredient has now become endangered. So it's not available. So the efficacy of the product has come down. So this is the details of the patent filed by Anup in Chennai IP office. And next I'm going to take you to a very interesting topic. The slide is not changing. Yeah, Vicks. This is a very interesting take-home message. This is a climax. Okay. There was one pharmacist. His name was Richardson. Richardson had 3 sons. All the 3 sons were verticuli. That means they used to have cold and they used to have running nose. So Richardson went in search of a medicine for treating the cold of his son. And in the process, he came across 21 herbal drugs. And he patented all the 21 herbal drugs. Romba usharana party. He came across 3 compounds: camphor, turpentine, menthol. You make it into a salve ointment. And then when you apply it on the chest, the body heat will evaporate menthol. And it will have a soothing effect. So his children liked it very well and they were cured of cold. So he started marketing it. But he was a pharmacist. Marketing was very difficult. So he had a brother-in-law. The brother-in-law's name was Joshua Vicks. So he went to Joshua Vicks and said, "You please help me to market this product." So that fellow is very intelligent. He marketed the product in his name. The inventor is Richardson. Who marketed it? Joshua Vicks. So he named it as Vicks Vapor Rub. This Vicks Vapor Rub slowly entered into India in 1964 by a company, Richardson Hindustan Limited. One housewife in Surat, she discovered that you take Vicks, you put it in hot water, and then by Rajinikanth style, you take avi, vapors. You will be cured of cold. This was not invented by the company. This was not invented by Richardson, not invented by Joshua, invented by a housewife in Surat, which was taken up by the company and propagated. Vicks sales tripled just because of this one idea. Now here comes the twist. In 1962, Chinese aggression. So when China was aggressive to protect the Indians, the government of India came with Defense of India Act 1915. That is a forerunner of drug price control order. So they wanted to fix the prices of medicine. So Vicks was sold at a costly rate. Now their rate was fixed. So they cannot sell it at a cheap rate. So they replaced the base of Vicks with herbal products, herbal oils. Even after replacing it, they went into loss. They sold that company to Procter and Gamble in 1985. Now, drug price or control order still continues. They are not able to sell the product because the rate has been fixed. Now what they do, there is one Tamilian, Rajagopalan, who went to Bombay and then who gave a beautiful idea to that company. Sir, don't sell it as Vicks. You sell it as Vicks Ayurvedic product. If you make it Ayurvedic, then you will get license easy, no excise duty, and drug price control order will not control it. You can sell it for any rate. Remember, Vicks was invented by Richardson, a pharmacist. It was sold by Joshua Vicks, a modern doctor. It has nothing to do with Ayurveda. Ayurveda spelling drug price control order na மாட்டிட்டாங்க தப்பிக்கணும்ன்றதுக்காக அதனுடைய பேஸை எடுத்துட்டு ஹெர்பல் ஆயில் ஆட் பண்ணு. இப்போ because of the idea given by Rajagopalan, they sat in Bombay University Ayurveda library. They went through the ingredients of Vicks and they saw which one is matching with Ayurvedic product, and then they converted their product, only the name, as Vicks Ayurvedic vapor. And it was registered as an Ayurvedic medicine. Once as an Ayurvedic medicine, the rate of Vicks went up and the market of Vicks also went up. So my dear friends, I have been telling you, 12,000 varshama we have been having one system of medicine called Ayurveda. A foreign company entering into India with a foreign product, making a few modifications and labeling it as Ayurvedic and selling it to us. Anybody can come and make anything into Ayurveda, Siddha and sell it. Where are our regulations? So it is high time we all join together, we fight back. Podava katnavalla Indian idea na illa karpu setta potavalla Periyar follower. See, there is a norm. We have something for Ayurveda. In Drugs and Cosmetics Act, they have clearly given these are official textbooks of Ayurveda. Any drug that is in that textbook can only be an official drug. But look how these people have done. So what should we do? Number one, you should know about traditional knowledge digital library that is called TKDL. All the information that you have with regards to our tradition, you put it in that library. In the international court, they said, you have the knowledge, but it is not documented. Even if it is documented in your language. How can I know your language? So what can we do? So the traditional knowledge digital library have translated our traditional books into different international languages, so that tomorrow in the international court, they can read and they can find out. Each and every one of you can contribute to traditional knowledge digital library. Your grandfather's formula, your grandmother's formula, everything you put it in digital knowledge, traditional digital knowledge library, so that the information is in public domain. And DKDL converts this knowledge into English, Japanese, French, German, and Spanish. And it has a beautiful classification system, traditional knowledge resource classification. So that anything in TKDL cannot be patented. So that is the greatness of India. TKDL enables submission of third-party observations, which has proven the only cost-effective way of misappropriation of traditional knowledge at the pre-grant stage. There is another thing called geographical indications. Darjeeling tea cannot be patented because the name of the place is there. Mysore Mallige cannot be patented. Madurai Malli cannot be patented. Tirunelveli Alva cannot be patented. Tirupati Laddu cannot be patented. Mysore Masala Dosa cannot be patented. Mysore Bonda cannot be patented. Kovilpatti Kadalai Muttai cannot be patented. Srivilliputturu Palkova cannot be patented. So if you have a formula, you put a geographical indication so that you can prevent the patenting of it. So my dear students, you should be aware that there is a Controller General of Patents, Design and Trademark. And this is the structure of their office. And you have sources of information. You have a Technology Development Board. You have a National Innovation Foundation. And then they give awards for the best innovations. There is one thing called a Trichy, and there is one National Research Development Corporation. So they all help in preventing our traditional knowledge from the clutches of patents by people abroad. So, my dear friends, have a knowledge of intellectual property rights and apply it on our traditional knowledge. Protect our traditional knowledge and let us give the benefits of our traditional knowledge to all and play a role in providing health for all, but within the limits of intellectual property rights. Thank you for your patient listening. All the best. God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Your interesting and informative session. I am sure the students definitely grasping the knowledge from the thank you, sir. The second session is going to start in few minutes. Students, if you have any doubts, please clarify with the resource person.
Hello, students. Do you have any questions to be clarified, regarding this ID? Anyone?
The participants, if you have any doubts, please clarify with our resource person.
Please be there. Please be there in your place. After that,
Students, please maintain silence. Next session is going to start in a few minutes. Dear participants, the next session is going to start in a few minutes. Don't need the order to be applied. Please be silent.
Kindly cooperate.
Sir, Kalichalvan sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, shall we start, sir?
Yes, I am available. I am ready. You can start.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Can I start my presentation?
No, sir, please, sir. In few minutes, I will give some introduction, sir. After that, you
that
can
is-
start.
Okay.
Good morning to all. We welcome you for the second session of today's one-day national seminar. It's my privilege to present a brief about the second session. Speaker, Dr. Kalichalvan sir. Dr. Kalichalvan sir received his undergraduate and postgraduate degree in pharmacy from the Tamil Nadu Dr. NGR Medical University and PhD from University of Delhi. He is having 20 years of multitude experience in the pharmaceutical sector, such as academic, preclinical, and clinical research, pharmacological drugs, standard setting. Currently, he is working as a senior principal scientific officer at IPC and is responsible to protect and promote the quality standards, safety, and rational use of drugs. He is also working towards establishing the Material-Vigilance Program of India to monitor the safety of medical devices. He also worked with WHO, HQ Geneva, and Southeast Asia Regional Office to strengthen the medical products and quality, safety, and monitoring system in India and other WHO member countries. He has also established a robust system of pharmacovigilance program of India, which has been recognized by the WHO as a collaborating center. He has also played an important role in forging partnership with the public health programs, QCI, CSIR labs, academic institutions, and CDSCO, WHO in enhancing the outreach of IPC services. He has authored 5 books and published 93 research and review articles in peer-reviewed journals. He is a recipient of fellowship from DST and AICTE to pursue the research projects and also organized numerous national and international level training programs for the professionals of pharmaceutical industries, academics, hospitals, and regulatory authorities to enhance the knowledge, practice, and compliance of pharmacopoeia and pharmacovigilance standards. And we are very happy and honored to have such a dynamic person as a today's speaker. Once again, I welcome you, sir. Please take over the session, sir.
வணக்கம் எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். Respected Principal, Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Madam, audible? Hope I am audible.
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, most respected Principal, Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Madam Dr. Santhamare and her team, invited speakers, delegates, those who are attending physically as well as virtually, faculty members, dear professional students, very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Ministry of Health, Government of India, I extend my best wishes and greetings to all of you. Let me thank the organizers for inviting me and giving this platform to share some of my institution's experience as well as my own experiences for the betterment of students. Since you have asked me to talk about safety related one like pharmacovigilance and material vigilance, my previous speaker spoke a lot about patenting process, research and innovations. The concept needs to be evolved among the students, but my presentation will be entirely different from the first one. I am going to talk about the service as well as commitment of pharmacy professionals towards these two very important national programs like pharmacovigilance and material vigilance program of India. So this is what I'm going to do. So when we talk about these two national programs like pharmacovigilance and material vigilance, the pharmacy professionals' involvement or commitment towards these two programs are crucial in terms of monitoring and reporting of adverse events. Actually, this is going to help the pharmacy professionals also for developing their career in the pharmacovigilance and material vigilance aspects, which is one of the very important area which I am going to address today. So can I share my slides?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me whether my slide is visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Yeah. So I'm sure you all might be aware of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. You might have heard about Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. Actually, this commission, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, IPC, shortly known as IPC, established under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to promote the quality standards for pharmaceuticals, drugs and pharmaceuticals. This is the office. The picture which was given here is the front view of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, situated at Ghaziabad, which is the national capital region, Delhi NCR. Ghaziabad is one of the satellite city of Delhi. There are other satellite cities like Noida, Gurugram, Faridabad, etc. So the Delhi NCR is constitutes of these cities, and this Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is situated in Ghaziabad, which is around 40 kilometers from Delhi. And the services, when we talk about the services or mandate of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, we have a huge mandate to do. Like one mandate, first priority is to publish Indian Pharmacopoeia at regular interval. As we all are aware of the pharmacopoeial standards, Indian Pharmacopoeia. The book, Pharmacopoeia book, is almost available in all pharmacy colleges, including your institutions. Actually, why this pharmacopoeia is so important. As per our Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 and Rules 1945 thereunder, Indian Pharmacopoeia is the only officially recognized book, and the standards given in Indian Pharmacopoeia is acceptable by the court of law. There may be so many standards available, but the standards prescribed by or given in Indian pharmacopoeia shall be considered as a final one. Whosoever manufacturing, maybe a those 100 manufacturers, 100 plus manufacturers may be available for a particular product. So all the manufacturers shall require to follow the uniform standards, that is Indian pharmacopoeia standards. Can you hear me? And I'm changing my slide. This is my second slide. Can you able to see my slide? In case my slides are not changing, please let me know.
Yes, sir, it's clear, sir.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm trying to say, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission publishes Indian Pharmacopoeia, which is the book of standards. Then besides publishing Indian Pharmacopoeia, we have reference standards, reference and impurity standards for every monograph. Say you take paracetamol as a monograph available in IP, but our responsibility also to develop the reference standards of paracetamol, which is highly purified and characterized compound to check the quality and purity of a paracetamol. Similarly, impurities. Recently, you might have heard nitrosamine impurity, which is one of the major concern for the public health, which is one of the carcinogenic in nature. It was found, the nitrosamine impurities was found in some of the antihypertensive drugs. So this limit needs to be controlled, which was one of the currently the challenge which we faced. So we also developed the impurity standards so that the manufacturer as well as analyst can easily do the analysis of nitrosamine impurity. It can detect or quantify the nitrosamine impurity in the like nitrosamine impurity. There are so many impurities are available. So this is another mandate for us to do. Then these two are the quality oriented. Publishing Indian Pharmacopoeia and developing the reference standards are the quality of a medicine. Quality is one, and another one is safety. When we talk about safety, that is called pharmacovigilance, and recently materiovigilance. Materiovigilance means, I'll tell you what we mean by materiovigilance. So pharmacovigilance and materiovigilance. These two programs are coordinated by or managed by the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission or as a national coordinating center under the umbrella of IPC. So these two programs are running. We also publish a book called National Formulary of India to promote the rational use of generic medicines. So overall, if you look at the profile, mandate of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, almost every stakeholders are very well connected to us. Say, for example, the industries, the manufacturers, pharmaceutical industries are very well connected with IPC because they have to follow the standards given in Indian Pharmacopoeia. Doctors, pharmacists, nurses, even consumers, general public also connected with IPC through these two programs like pharmacovigilance and materiovigilance, because these two programs are mainly empowering the consumer or patients also to report adverse events related to medical devices or medicines or vaccines to IPC. So all citizens, every citizen, each and every citizen of this country is very well connected with the products of IPC. The IPC is responsible for promoting or assuring the quality and safety of medicines. So I'm changing to the next slide. Now let us come to the vigilance or safety parts. So there are two parts of IPC I have mentioned, like promoting quality, and another one is safety. Now let us come to the safety oriented one, that is called pharmacovigilance. I'm sure most of you, many of you might be familiar with the pharmacovigilance service or pharmacovigilance. What do you mean by pharmacovigilance actually? It is nothing but monitoring the safety of medicine. How do you monitor the safety, or how do you assure the safety? By monitoring its or reporting its adverse event of a medicine. So this is one of the best example and actual example why pharmacovigilance is needed to this country, needed to our country. Thalidomide was the example. Of course, the thalidomide tragedy was not happened in India. It happened in Europe. Actually, this thalidomide as a drug prescribed for the as some anti-emetic drug for the pregnant woman to control vomiting. Then it was reported, it was found that around 40% of the babies were born with some birth defect. Birth defect means here the specific term is called phocomelia. Phocomelia is a birth defect where the absence of lymph node. So it was a major big tragedy. You can imagine 40% of the babies were born without lymph node or phocomelia. So this was the eye-opening for everybody. Whatever medicine we consume, we have to see the safety. Each and every medicine is having some benefit and some risk as well. No medicine is free from risk, but it should not surpass the benefit. Always the risk should be minimum and the risk should not be serious in nature. So here the thalidomide tragedy, after the thalidomide tragedy, many countries, they have started the pharmacovigilance system or practice in their own system. Even WHO, World Health Organization. So fortunately, India, we are also participating in the WHO program for international drug monitoring. So this WHO started this program in 1968 to monitor the safety. It's an international program. India also participating in this program currently. So IPCV as a coordinating center for WHO also this work. And then UK also, because the thalidomide tragedy was happened in US, UK only. So they have introduced a yellow card system for adverse event monitoring. And the US, before that thalidomide tragedy itself, United States of America, they have introduced adverse event monitoring safety in their Drug Act. No, actually, it's a science. Both, you take pharmacovigilance or materiovigilance. What do you mean by pharmacovigilance and materiovigilance? Actually, both the terms are applied for monitoring the safety. Pharmacovigilance means, or materiovigilance means, it's the science and activities related to detection, assessment, understanding, and prevention of adverse event or any other drug-related problem or medicine-related, medical device-related problem. So this is the whole definition. Now let us come to the pharmacovigilance. Pharmacovigilance means monitoring the detecting, assessment, understanding, and prevention of medicine-related issues. That comes under the pharmacovigilance. Only drugs we are talking, vaccine we are talking. And traditional medicine, herbal medicine also part of a pharmacovigilance that I am going to cover in my next slide. See, Siddha product or Ayurveda, Unani, whatever medicine approved or available as a traditional medicine, that pharmacovigilance also needs to be considered. And then materiovigilance, which is the very newer terminology recently just being introduced in our country, that is medical devices, monitoring the safety of medical devices. Right? So detection, if you go in detail, how we are going to detect the adverse event. It is being detected in the hospital or clinics, or even patient also can detect the adverse event. Whosoever taking medicine, they are responsible for detecting the adverse event. If we take a medicine, it's our own responsibility. If we experience some adverse event, some discomfort because of medicine, that should be detected and reported. Where to report? That needs to be reported to the ADR monitoring center. Say, for example, that I'll tell you how the ADR monitoring system is being set up and how to report. Then second part becomes assessment. Now, who will assess the adverse event? Assessment is very important. Every event cannot be related to the medicine. As a layman or as a patient, he or she doesn't know this medicine is because of this adverse event is because of this medicine or not. So that also can be reportable. But after reporting, assessment is a very crucial part of pharmacovigilance or materiovigilance. You have to see the relatedness between the adverse event and medicine. In some cases, patient may experience or patient may have adverse effects because of the disease itself. In many diseases, you might be reading in your pharmacy practice pathophysiology, disease pathophysiology, etc. So disease itself may cause adverse events. That is not because of the medicine. So this part of assessment is a very important part of pharmacovigilance. This can be done. Assessment can be done. Causality assessment can be done only by the trained professionals. Reporting or deduction. Here the reporting or deduction, anyone can do it. As a pharmacist or general public, anyone do it. But the assessment is the biggest challenge in the pharmacovigilance. That's what I told you. You have to correlate with different factors. Then you have to conclude. Then third part of this pharmacovigilance or materiovigilance, that is understanding. You have to understand why it is happening. After the assessment, you will understand, yes, this adverse event is because of the medicine only. Or you can rule out, no, this adverse event is not because of medicine. This adverse event is because of disease itself or patient clinical conditions. Or this adverse event is because of the quality of a medicine, substandard medicine, or falsified, spurious medicine. Then finally, prevention. What is your preventive strategy? We have to inform the manufacturer, or we have to inform to the regulator. Ask for a strategy to prevent this adverse event, because this medicine is repeatedly, say for example, now thalidomide causing the adverse event of birth defect, then prevention would be this medicine should not be used for pregnant women. So that is our strategy, right? So this is the whole, activities of pharmacovigilance. Now you can imagine pharmacist can play a role in each and every step of this pharmacovigilance. Let it be your career perspective or let it be your practice. Pharmacists can easily detect the adverse events. Pharmacist also, I also a pharmacist, I am proud to be a pharmacist, but I am involved in the whole entire practice currently and, doing this services best to the community. So assessment also, pharmacists can play an important role, understanding and prevention also. Now, accordingly, the companies, pharmaceutical companies or the hospitals, they are establishing a capacity building and system to do this entire, pharmacovigilance practices. Well, now, when we talk about pharmacovigilance, what are the products which comes under the pharmacovigilance? Now, only drugs or anything else? So, according to the WHO term or WHO focus, the pharmacovigilance means not only drugs. Safety means not only medicine. We have seen the thalidomide tragedy. At the time of thalidomide tragedy, the focus of pharmacovigilance was only about the drugs. But over the period of time, by looking at the contemporary challenges, now the pharmacovigilance system is also applicable for vaccines, medical devices, and traditional medicines. That is what the conference is today. I am happy to note that the Department of Pharmacognosy took this initiative to conduct this training program. It's a great initiative. Now the medicines, whatever we study in pharmacognosy, like phytopharmaceutical, maybe a product or maybe a Siddha product or Unani or herbal, any medicine which comes under the traditional medicine, that also needs to be covered under the pharmacovigilance. Their safety also needs to be monitored because of, again, the contemporary challenges of traditional medicine because of adulterant. The previous speaker very well explained about the adulterants in turmeric. During the prolonged usage of turmeric, you may experience some adverse effect because of the adulterant, not because of the medicine. Because of contaminants or because of the pesticides level Now we do get a lot of reports of adverse events because of traditional medicine. When we analyze these medicines, there may be issue in the pesticides level or heavy metal content or heavy metal toxicity and other issues. So traditional medicines are also needs to be covered under the pharmacovigilance. Being a pharmacovigilance or being a professional, our focus not only to the drugs, besides drugs, we have to focus all these three. Well, very, very important information for all of us. Now the medical devices. So far we have seen about the pharmacovigilance for medicines. Now medical devices. This is a new historical development which happened in our country. It's a milestone achievement. It happened in the recent years. The government of India, Ministry of Health, government of India notified the medical devices, brought a separate rule called medical devices rule 2017. As per this medical devices rule, earlier, before, I'll tell you what do you mean by medical device rule. Before introducing this rule, medical devices rule, before 2017, there was no regulation on medical devices. Anyone can manufacture any devices. For drugs, yes, we have a rule, we have an act, Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 and rules 1945 thereunder, where the manufacturing, marketing, export, import of all medicines are governed under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940, rules 1945 thereunder. But now, India is one of the countries to have a separate rule called medical devices. Only very few countries, they have introduced the medical device rule. But this is the greatest development happened in our country. Medical device rule 2017 was introduced and it is effective from 2018 onwards. Now all the medical devices, let it be in vitro diagnostic kits, the medical devices which are used in the diagnostic purpose, disease diagnosis, treatment, prevention, all the devices are being regulated now. Export, manufacture, sale. Say for example, there are many medical devices which are available which are derived from the natural sources like cotton, absorbent cotton, gauze, band-aids, sutures, ligatures. So the plant-based products also comes under the medical device now. So that is also being regulated and their safety also needs to be monitored under the medical vigilance. So here, as per the medical device rule, I told you it is introduced in 2017. According to this medical device rule, there are 4 different criteria categories, class A, B, C, and D. Some examples only I have given, but there are more than 1,000 medical devices currently being regulated. They are manufacturing, sale, and distribution. Here there are 4 different categories of devices according to the rule. Category A device, also known as low risk of medical devices. There are examples like I told you surgical dressings. Surgical dressings are manufactured or derived from cotton, surgical cotton or etc. Then thermometer, glucometer, etc. Then we have low to moderate risk, that is called category B. So you have some of the examples given here. Then we have C category of medical devices, also known as moderate to high risk. Here, ventilators are put under the moderate to class C category of medical devices. Intraocular lenses, the devices which are used in ophthalmology, comes under the class C. And then we have high risk category of medical devices where all cardiac stents, implants, what do you call it as implants? Implants such as cardiac stents, cochlear implants, we have orthopedic implants. So all such devices are put under this category. So why I am sharing with you here? Now the scope, you see, the scope for the pharmacists are expanded like anything. Now all the medical devices manufacturers are being regulated. You can imagine the job opportunities for the pharmacy professionals. It's an additional avenue for all of us. Besides drugs, we can also focus on the medical devices for manufacturing and other related activities. Well, this is about the program I told you, pharmacovigilance and material vigilance program. These two programs are being coordinated by the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission as a national coordinating center. As a national center, Pharmacovigilance Program of India, which focuses the safety of medicines. And then we have Material Vigilance Program, which focus the safety of medical devices. Now you have seen what is the background for us. We have a medical device regulation with us. We have a notified medical device list, and we have a material vigilance program to monitor the safety. And we have a monitoring centers, to collect the information. From national level, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission alone cannot collect the information or adverse event report across India. So we have established around 760. Now we are going to reach 1,000 medical centers very soon for pharmacovigilance and 387 centers for medical devices. There are monitoring centers in your place also. Trichy also we have a monitoring center. Trichy Medical College, Trichy Medical College is one of our center for monitoring and reporting. Besides the center monitoring centers, we have a company also reporting directly. The pharmaceutical companies or medical device manufacturers are responsible for reporting the adverse events directly to the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. So this is about the programmatic approach. And currently India is one of the leading country, 5th position. India is the 5th largest country to report adverse drug reactions to WHO Uppsala Monitoring Center, that is UMC Collaborating Center, about the reporting part is concerned. So the program was established in 2011 only, but you can imagine the growth of the pharmacovigilance over the period of time. Now we are having the India specific data. Previously what happened, we were not having sufficient data, documentation, which is very important. Again, I must be thankful to the previous speaker. He mentioned about the documentation. The pharmacovigilance is not new for us. We were doing since 75 or 80 also, 1980. Since 1980, the pharmacovigilance is being carried out by so many experts, so many institutions, but we have not documented properly. There was no system at all. But now you can imagine we have a very good system, robust system of pharmacovigilance for documenting, reporting, analyzing the adverse events through the software as well as other tools. So today, India is one of the leading country in terms of adverse event reporting. And I'm very happy to share with you that currently India is in a comfortable, very self-reliant in nature by taking the regulatory decision based on our own data, population data, rather than depending on any other country's population data. So self-reliant and we are self-sustainable in pharmacovigilance. And also, currently other countries are expecting data from us. Before the program was launched, I remember when I joined in Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission in the year 2009, 9 to 10, the whole system was challenged by the international organizations because India is such a number 2. India was at that time, India was number 2 in population, ranked 2 in population, but we were not having India specific data for any action taking purpose. We were entirely depending on other countries' data. But today, currently, we are getting requests from US FDA, European Union, even WHO to provide the data from us. They are asking India specific data because it's a great success story, for pharmacovigilance. And we have surpassed Canada for adverse event reporting. Of course, India is number 2 in population wise, but the reporting is still low. I'm not saying that good in reporting, but still low. There are many reasons for that. We have different ethnic issues, different language barrier. So many issues are there, but I'm sure over the maybe 5 years down the line, India is going to be the number 1 in adverse event reporting. Another one, medical devices. I told you we have besides pharmacovigilance, we have a medical device adverse event reporting also, and this is the new program. Recently, we have been into this material vigilance or medical device adverse event. I told you what are the products under the material vigilance or medical devices, which is again growing in nature. There are different professionals are engaged in medical devices. Besides pharmacists, we have to have a support from the biomedical engineers, since MRI machine, incubator, ventilator, all these products are covered under material vigilance. But we have to have an experts from the biomedical engineers or clinical engineers. But pharmacists also can do a very good job in material vigilance in terms of drug device combination or the medical devices which are derived from the plant-based one, natural product one based devices. So when we talk about the material vigilance, its approach is slightly different from the drugs. We need to connect with the importer, because currently 80% of the medical devices are being imported, 75 to 80%. So now the import dependency is coming down, but still importers are playing a very good role in this material vigilance is concerned. So actually, there is a lot of challenges for us in terms of material vigilance. I mean, medical devices safety is concerned. The left-hand side, if you look at the bar, figure, this is the list of medical devices notified or approved by the Central Licensing Authority, that is CDSCO, Central Drugs Standard Drug Control Organization, according to the system organ classification wise. Most of the medical devices are being approved or regulated under the gastroenterology, then ophthalmology, ophthalmology, pediatric neonatology, etc. So here the reporting part. Just we have started reporting, but still we are waiting for the reports to come for other products. So we have to go a long way. It's an integrated, it clearly shows that we need to have an integrated approach with other professionals as well, like biomedical engineer, physiotherapist, occupational therapist, dentist. Of course, pharmacists and doctors are very important stakeholder for us, but besides that, we need to have a lot of integrated approach. And this is the research purpose. Since your institute is one of the very good institute in terms of research point of view, you can do a lot of research in the medical device or material vigilance. Actually, this is one of the example. This is the recently available article, one of the article I have collected. Now the orthopedic implants, the implants which are used in orthopedics, hip implant, knee implant, or any kind of implants, orthopedic implants. Generally, those implants are designed or manufactured by using various metals like nickel, cobalt, gold, cadmium, mercury, etc., titanium, etc. But the recent studies have reported that titanium-based medical devices or orthopedic implants are considered to be safe in nature. As compared to other metals, titanium are safe, but there is no comparative study. So you can think of doing a project, comparative study of the safety of the metals, orthopedic implants developed by different metals, and find out which metal or which product is safe. So the data can be generated and it will help to the program as well. So overall, it's a collective approach. Again, I wanted to tell you that for pharmacovigilance, you maybe have a different role, but in material vigilance, we need to have the support of mechanical engineers, because you can see around 30% of the medical device failure are adverse events related to mechanical issues. Then electrical failure or electrical engineers are very important. When we handle this incubator or ventilator, electricity is very important. Battery related issues. Then design failure, drug device failure. Say, for example, if you take nebulizer or insulin pump or inhaler, so their drug device both should work together. Otherwise, you will end up with some adverse events. So such kind of drug device failure related complaints or problems are also reported. So this is about the trend analysis about the medical device adverse events reporting. So another case study which will be very interesting for all of us to do it for adverse event monitoring related to medical devices. And I think this is within the scope of pharmacy professionals, PharmD or pharmaceutics also, chemistry also can do it, this kind of project. Pharmacognosy also can do it. Generally, I told you orthopedic implants, metal implants, they are prepared by using various metals like titanium, cobalt, nickel, etc. The adverse event anticipated or expected adverse events related to orthopedic implants may be a metallosis. You have to imagine the orthopedic implants are implanted or placed in a patient body for maybe 10 years, 20 years also. So you have to see during this 10-year or 20-year, 25 years of period of life, the quality of metal or half-life of a metal or shelf life of a metal should be appropriate. If the quality is not up to the mark, then there will be a chance of metallosis, that is the metal leaching in the blood. So at the end of what will happen, the patient end up with some inflammation or swelling. So it needs to be detected through proper study only. It cannot happen in one day. Patient needs to be monitored continuously. So it can be done. The diagnosis can be done through the metal ion testing. You should go for metal level testing or chromium level testing in the blood, or you can go for MRI, CT scan or ultrasound. So then you can have results. Then only you can conclude as a metallosis. So these kind of adverse effects or monitoring cannot happen in one day. It requires prospective kind of study. So again, it will be a good opportunity for the research institutions like you to do a research on metallosis. Well, other than that, I told you, so as a consumer or a patient or an end user, what are the problems can be occurred with respect to the medical devices. Now, the pregnancy test kit also notified or regulated as a medical device. Now, the common or general adverse effect with the use of pregnancy kit, test kit, you may get false negative result or false positive result. Or sometimes disappearance of control line. So these are the common problem with the IVD, in vitro diagnostic kits. Now this pregnancy test kit also notified or regulated as a medical device. It needs to be, as a manufacturer, they have to get the license, they have to do the test, and if in case any problem, then adverse event needs to be reported. So here the role of general public also very important for monitoring and reporting adverse events. And we have issued, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission issued this kind of national level posters to educate our people. And there are some medical devices meant for, during the COVID pandemic, you might have come across plant-based medical devices, cotton-based medical devices. Those devices are also now considered as approved as a medical devices, but it needs to be used for single use only. During the COVID pandemic, it is being used multiple times, and they end up with some adverse events. So these are the preventable adverse events, right? So ultimately, the seriousness criteria, when you report adverse event, there are some seriousness criteria like phocomelia. I have shown some of the example related to thalidomide. phocomelia, which is one of the serious adverse event. But in medical devices, particularly class A medical devices, you cannot expect serious adverse events because class A medical devices are generally surgical dressing, absorbent cotton or band-aid, gauze, etc. So it cannot cause seriousness, death or phocomelia cannot happen. Phocomelia is a birth defect. Birth defect cannot be possible with the use of class A medical devices. And similarly, thermometer cannot cause a death. So here seriousness criteria is not applicable, but all these seriousness criteria is applicable for drugs. When you report adverse events, when you manage the adverse event for drugs, all these adverse events are serious adverse events are applicable. But when it comes to the medical devices, these seriousness criteria is applicable only for class C and class D medical devices. So you have to be very clear. You all are as a pharmacist, tomorrow you will be placed, you will be engaged in some industry or somewhere else, but you should have this clarity and basic understanding. Well, you as an institution, since you have a lot of human resource, you can easily do some research or review article related to knowledge, attitude, and practice of healthcare professionals about the pharmacovigilance and material vigilance. Actually, the developed questionnaires are available. If you are ready, we will be sharing the questionnaire with you. You can conduct a research in your group, in your region. Say, for example, knowledge, attitude, and practice of material vigilance among the population of Tiruchirappalli. You take sample size, n number of sample size, you conduct the study, and you make a report. How many, what is the percentage of doctors aware of this program? What is the percentage of nurses aware about pharmacovigilance or material vigilance? And what is the general public awareness? So this study easily you can conduct. The questionnaires are already available. But ultimately, what will happen? This study report will help us to identify the gap areas and further improvement. So not only Tiruchirappalli, I'm sure this conference will be attended by many experts from different parts of the country. So you can also conduct this kind of study in your region. So, and ultimately your study findings will help us for further improvement. And recently we have published one of the article in WHO journal, World Health Organization, which is impact factor of more than I think 13 or 14, which is highly impactful journal. And this is being utilized by the WHO also to promote this medical device safety across the globe. If you go through the search, I mean Google search or PubMed about the research related material vigilance, India is the lead country. Around 57% of the research or review article or case study related to medical device available in India. Whereas only 43% of the reports are available in overall other countries. The reason is India, we have a medical device rule now. We have a robust and stable program called material vigilance. So it's a kind of documentation. Now the documentation on medical devices are also started getting up, and I'm sure over the period you will get good number of articles. So I think I have done my presentation. Can I have done my presentation and over to the organizers for further directions, whatever.
Dear participants, the session is open for the participants.
Your mic is mute, Dr. Jagan Mogan. Mic is mute. Unmute yourself. Whoever asking question, please unmute and I'm okay.
The participants who have the questions, please clarify with the resource person. The online participants, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sorry, good afternoon. Sir, very good question, sir. So, what are the other possibilities for the PhD students, sir, in the pharmacovigilance?
What are the
Possibilities research in the PhD students? Scholars, PhD scholars.
Yeah. See, that is what I have given some of the examples, like the orthopedic implants example case study. There are 2-3 case studies I shared with you. Generally, orthopedic implants are implanted for more than a year. So you cannot collect the report in one day. So you require prospective study and you need to monitor the safety for a period of 4 years or 5 years. So I think you can design a topic for a PhD student. And also you can compare. Generally, the orthopedic implants are, I told you, developed by using various metals, titanium, nickel, cobalt, and you can compare which metal is safe. So I think this kind of study can be initiated for PhD students.
Actually, that is the course time is only extended 3.5 years and 4 years, extended up to 4 years.
No problem. See, 3 year or 4 year, you can wind up. No, you can monitor, you can plan your study accordingly. Then further one, somebody can continue with the study.
Okay, sir. So, is there any funding sir, for this pharmacovigilance?
Funding, you should apply CSIR or DST or ICMR. We don't have a funding agency. We are a support regulatory kind of organization. Indian Pharmacopoeia doesn't provide any funding, but we are ready to help you in giving the technical support and inputs for the study. But we don't give any funding to the research.
Okay, sir. Any other than this orthopedics or any other than areas which can be implement in our research?
Any other than orthopedic, you have cardiac stents, drug-eluting stents. You can see we have very limited research, limited articles are available. You can also go for the comparative study. The cardiac stents, those who are imported, and the cardiac stents, those are manufactured by Indian companies, and you can establish the quality or safety.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. You are from, I request you, all of you, to introduce yourself.
Yes, sir. Myself, Dr. Jagan Logan. I have studied my D.Pharm from JSS, M.Pharm from JMCH. You are student.
Okay.
You are junior in the.
Yeah, I saw you. I was confused whether you are the same Jagan or different.
Same, sir. And I finished my PhD, and now I'm working as a professor and aide for Caprogam Academy of Higher Education, sir. Faculty of Pharmacy.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions? Organizers?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
I am Mohammed Shafiq, Associate Professor in Periyar College.
Yes.
Sir, have you ever come across incidents like thalidomide in India?
Pardon?
Have you ever come across through pharmacovigilance program incidents like thalidomide?
Yeah. It's a very, very good question. I really appreciate your interest. Thalidomide related incidents, I would share with you. It's the right opportunity to share with you. Have you heard about sodium valproate or valproic acid? Anyone? Have you heard about sodium valproate or valproic acid? Yes or no?
Anticonvulsant.
Yeah, participants are anticonvulsant drug. But recently we have experienced some birth defect related to sodium valproate used in pregnant women. Even WHO also, we are working with WHO also, as I am also a focal person for this WHO collaborating center related pharmacovigilance. The same reports are available in the WHO database also, with other countries also. So what we have done, we have introduced a poster and pamphlets. The sodium valproate should not be used for the childbearing age group women or pregnant women. They should go for alternative medicine. So you should disseminate this information to the community, in your family, friends, colleagues. If any childbearing age group women or pregnant woman taking sodium valproate, you should stop immediately. Knowingly, unknowingly, it might be prescribed because of the awareness. So you should ask them for an alternative medicine. So sodium valproate should not be given for the childbearing age group women. This is one of the example recently we have come across. And another example, dolutegravir, which is an anti-HIV drug recently introduced in the HIV program. It should not be used for the pregnant woman. Already it is there in the label. During, if any women under the HIV treatment, so she should not receive dolutegravir. Again, thalidomide kind of risk is being reported. Hope I'm satisfied. Are you? I'm clarified. Whether your doubt is clarified or not.
Any other participants? Anyone? If you have any doubts? Online participants, if you have any doubts, please ask your questions in the chat box also. Sir, may I audible, sir? Threshold, sir?
I'm not listening. I'm not hearing you properly.
Sir, sorry for the technical issue, sir.
See, is there any question or I'm not getting you properly, ma'am?
Sir, one question from the audience. Is question that pandemic conditions, for example, COVID, we used COVID kit for checking. Is that overcome? Is that overcome material vigilance?
Already I replied in the chat box.
Sir, is that audible, sir, my voice?
Lot of disturbance. I could not hear anything from you.
Sir, one question from Praveen. He is in pandemic conditions, for example, COVID. Shall we use the COVID kit for checking? Is that to overcome the material vigilance?
That already, madam, I have replied in his chat box also. Yes.
Sir, one question from chat box, sir. Audience. Sir, in pandemic conditions, for example, COVID, shall we use the COVID kit for checking? Is that overcome with the material vigilance? Like that,
Yes.
he's asking, sir.
That is what I replied also. Yes.
Sir, in that time, it is not audible, sir. That's why we are asking, sir.
I have replied that question also. Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So shall we wind up the session, sir?
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir, wait a minute, sir.
Shall I leave?
No, sir. Please, sir. Kindly stay with us, sir. On behalf of Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, we would like to thank today's speaker, Dr. Kalaiselvan, sir, Senior Scientific Officer, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Ghaziabad, for accepting our invitation and deliberating on the topic Pharmacovigilance and Material Vigilance Program of India. It was an informative session, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining with us. Dear participants, it's a time, dear delegates, it's a time for lunch break. We have the next session at 1:45 p.m. Kindly join before 10 minutes. Thank you.
ஒரு முழம் தானே? இல்லையா? ஆனா லேட் ஆகுமா கேக்குறாங்க. லேட் ஆகுமா? ஃப்ரண்ட்லியா? இந்த மாதிரியே லேட் ஆகும். லேட் ஆகுமா?
ரூலூர் போறான், அவன் வீட்டுக்கு போறா போல. போமா முன்னாடி வெள்ள வண்டி இருக்கு பாரு.
Participants, all are requested. Participants, all are requested to join at 1:35 p.m. Participants, all are requested to join online at 1:35 p.m. Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Participants. Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Yes, ma, tell me.
இல்ல மேம் நீங்க ஹலோ சொன்னீங்க அதான்
I'm not get your voice.
நீங்க ஹியர் பண்ணது ஆடிபிளா இருக்கு, நீங்க பேசுறது ஆடிபிளா இருக்கு மேம்.
இப்போ ஆடியபிளா இருக்கா உங்களுக்கு? இது ஆடியபிளா இருக்கு.
கொஞ்சம் எக்கோ இருக்கு மேம், கொஞ்சம் மைல்டா.
சரி.
எஸ் மேம்.
ஓகேமா, ஓகே.
ஓகே மேம்.
இந்த பேசி பாத்தீங்களா? இல்ல இது கொஞ்சம் எக்கோ அடிக்குதா, ரொம்ப அடிக்குதா?
Hello. 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 Hello.
ஹலோ மேம்.
Hello.
சொல்லுங்க மேம்.
Sir.
ஆடிபிளா இருக்கு மேம்.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am.
Just checking the audio clarity, ma'am.
எஸ் மேம். ஓகே மேம்.
Hello. Chandan sir, are you online, sir?
Yeah, I am online. Good afternoon. Hello.
Chandan, sir?
Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Chandan sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Sir, thank you for joining with us, sir. You can start the session sharply at 1:45, sir.
Yeah, the only
Please
thing
stay with us, sir.
yeah, I want to ask, are you able to hear me?
Sir, can't hear you, sir.
That is why I am asking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me test my speakers and my mic, okay?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay.
And your video is also very clear, sir.
Okay, fine.
No. Sir, Chandan sir?
Please.
Sir, we want the audio, sir. So can you speak, sir? Few words.
You want to check my audio?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We want to check your audios.
Okay, okay. You can check. I am speaking right now. No issue.
Yes, sir. Just a minute, sir.
You can check and you then let me know how it is going on.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, can you see my full screen or the portion of the screen?
Yes, sir. Your full screen is visible, sir.
Okay, fine.
Kindly move on to the next slide, sir. Okay, sir. The slides are visible, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, okay, fine.
Chandan sir. Sir, your voice is not clearly audible, sir.
No, I was not speaking.
No, sir. While we are checking, sir, kindly use your headphones, sir.
Actually, I don't have headphones with me, and that will not work. I try my best, but I think that will, I can do one setting, and that will, now you will see the voice actually. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. We will now check this.
Okay, you just let me know once I will complete.
Okay.
Okay, now check. Can you hear me properly?
Sir?
Can you hear me now?
Just a minute, sir.
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me?
Sir, we are unable to hear your voice.
Okay, let me try.
Sorry, in mobile it's okay, but speaker is not connected. Only if you are using headphone only we can get your voice in our auditorium speaker.
Okay. Okay, then hold on, so that let me try to find out the solution. Give me some moments.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. Because we are getting low voice, so we can do. We will wait, sir.
Okay, 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 okay.
Hello, sir. Participants, please join.
Can you hear me now? Hello. Hello.
Sir, sir, in the mobile, your voice is audible, sir, but we are not able to connect with your speakers, sir.
So you can hear me in phone, but not in speakers?
Sir, I can hear your voice, sir. Your voice is very clear, sir.
Okay, can I continue?
1 minute.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Sir, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you well.
Okay, sir. Sir, we will start within a few minutes, sir.
Okay, okay. Hello.
Sir Chandan, sir, we can start the session, sir. I will start the session with a formal introduction, sir.
Okay, okay, you start. I'm just joining within a second. Okay.
Okay, sir, I will start. Sir.
Oh, okay. Okay, you can continue.
Good afternoon to everyone. I welcome you all to the afternoon session of the seminar. At first, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Chandan Chandana, sir, scientist, IPR cell, Naipur, Punjab, to present his lecture on the topic, how to make IPR filing a pocket-friendly exercise. Before we start our session, let me give a brief introduction about our speaker. Our speaker has completed his M.Pharm in industrial pharmacy. He is a core expertise in intellectual property rights. He has 10 years of experience in IPR field. He is a registered Indian patent agent. Currently, he is handling IPR queries raised by Ministry or the Government of India as well as RTIs, and also he is teaching IPR related courses to master students of various departments at NAPER. He has delivered many lectures in various seminars and workshops and presented and published his research findings in various journals. To his credit, he has also filed an Indian patent. We are very much honored to have such a high IPR technical expert as a resource person today. We welcome you once again, sir, and I request you to take over the session. Please, sir.
Very good afternoon, everyone who is listening me and who is watching me from the different areas of India. First of all, very good afternoon from Naipur, Mohali. And as a full form of my institute, I always appraise. This is National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, and I'm a scientist at IPR cell. We have a dedicated IPR cell to handle all the IP related issues in Naipur. And I'm the person, one in only person who is in a one-man army to handle all those stuffs. As the topic of today is to address the issues of cost, which is related to the patent filing. So I think of actually whenever the people do ask me to give such sessions, so I always give some that they should have the takeaway that what best we can do for them. So as a in IPR, you will be very much surprised that IPR is a very costly exercise when it is money is involved. So I try to get that how people who are so handling such exercise, they should spend less and have their patent or IPR in their need. So the dedicated exercise is for today for that. Okay, so so how we will move forward. So this is my first slide that we will go to the brief introductions of IPRs, focus on patent, filing procedure, understanding the timeline, tools to reduce the cost, and tactics to know to be inventor and update your skills to save money. So it is just one way. I just try to summarize these all, but I come to know that you have a very less time. You have given me only 40 minutes. Okay, so I try to cover this 50 slides in 40 minutes. Okay. So introduction. So as the name says, intellectual property rights. Can you seen the screen? Is it quite visible to you? Anyone can tell me?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, sir.
Okay. So I just want to let you know that intellectual property rights, IPR, it is a full form of intellectual property. So intellectual property and rights, there are three things involved in it. One is intellectual component, one is property component, and one is rights. So rights is a legal rights. I will come to lot later, but the first word intellectual seems intellectual means something which is of intellectual origin. So intellectual origin means something which is created by human mind. So whatever the output of your mind may fall in the criteria of intellectual category. Now, what falls in that category? First, it should be a property. Now, what is a property? Property means there are two type of property. Okay, tangible, intangible. I am talking about asset. Okay, one is property, right click. You know, in computer you do right click and then find out properties menu. That is not the property. Here the property means asset. Your building, your honor, your money, your house, your car. So that kind of property you are talking about. So whatever the property you can touch, you can feel. So that property is of two types. One is tangible, one is intangible. So tangible you can touch, intangible you cannot touch, but you can have. So okay. So now I give you the example that everybody has its name. My name is Chandan Chandra. So that is my property, but you cannot touch Chandan as such. It is my name. Okay. So all such kind of property which we cannot touch but still exist, like brand name. So you cannot touch a brand name. You can always touch a product. Okay. You always touch a car of Tata, but you are not going to defame or so. Whenever some kind of legal battle to taken place with some parties, so there is a harm of brand image. Okay, so something which is not exist in a tangible form but still have the impact in society in financial ways. So that is called intangible property. And today, whatever we are going to study or we have to, you are going to listen from me is related to the intangible properties only. So all the intellectual property being a creation of mind falls in the criteria of intangible property. And rights. So rights is a very important word. So actually rights is something which gives me or which gives us the ownership of this. So ownership means you being an owner can stop others. You can control the usage of the property, how it is being used, how it is being sold, manufactured, reproduced, or even you can license it. So intellectual property rights is a subject which deal with all the do's and don'ts that are related to the transaction of intellectual property, where one is allowed or one is not allowed, what is allowed, what is not allowed. Okay, so this is the basically subject is, although the core is your brain. So all the creation of minds where these rules applies. Okay, so whatever I think, I thought, then once I have the thought, then convert that thought into a product or a process or a book or a song or a kind of thing. So that will actually create the substance for these rights, and this substance act as a property for someone. For example, a person who has an idea to write a storybook, so he has an idea. So the storybook writing concept is his creation of his mind. The moment he writes the book, now book is the output of that creation or thought of that mind. Now this book becomes the property, and whatever the right means copyright law actually saves you from or you create or control the ownership element of the book, whatever you have wrote. Okay, so that is an example of intellectual property rights. There are different types of IPRs. Okay, so in general there are 6 to 8 IPRs known. Okay, so I will go very fast in this because it is available on internet, even you can find it out. But I want to only say one thing, that you should understand 3 things. On my screen you will find out the definition of patent, what is the patent, and then there is a one box at the bottom. Okay, so here in the right side you can see the term and the rights, and in the criteria and then meaning. Okay, so you should focus on criteria. Criteria means every intellectual property when created, so they should cover something. Okay, as per the law, means now I give you, a human mind can think of many things, 1,000 things, and these 1,000 things one filtered out, we find out, we separated all the property related aspect out of it. So whatever the thoughts, 1,000 thoughts you have, these all 1,000 thoughts may not be related to the property preparation or property creation. Few of them able to create a property, and then we classify according to the feasibility of studies. Okay, so patent is one IPR, type of IPR, copyright is another, trademark, geographical indication, you have heard many names before. So all these are the IPRs. You should understand that there is a criteria for the grant of such rights. Okay, means if you have to have one patent in your name, you should simply thought of something, try to file a patent, and patent will only be granted to you based on the criteria you have. So this criteria will be involved in that. Okay, so this criteria will help you to identify whether what you have done is up to that level or not. Clear? So patent has, now I come to the point that patent is granted on the basis of three criteria: novelty, inventiveness, industrial applicability. Now novelty means it should be novel or new. New means not known before that. The patent is based filed on a date. For example, today is 22nd, 21st or 2nd, 22nd. So if we file a patent today, so prior art means there is a concept of prior art. Everything which is known before 22nd of August is known in the art. It is available in the world. So it is not new. So whatever you are trying to take patent of, or you are take a claim of a patent, then you should not available, that the patent should not be available in anywhere in the world before the date of filing. So it should not be obvious. Second criteria is inventive step, obvious to the person skilled in the art. So obvious means in many of you know about chemistry, that is a halogen X. So if in the chemistry we write X somewhere, it is understood it represents chlorine, bromine, iodine kind of thing. So if somewhere I write chlorine, so any chemistry person can simply replace chlorine with bromine. So understanding obviousness, because I know the property of one halogen with respect to other. Okay, now I can give a mechanical person who applies some kind of gear. So gear can have 10 tooths, 20 tooths, the teeth of that gear. So that can have multiple tooths. So I make a 50 tooth gear, and another person can make 55 or 60. So that the number of tooths is obvious for a mechanical gear knowing person. Okay. And the third criteria is industrial applicability. So this involves their invention is capable of being used by the industry, either being manufactured or either being used by. And the fourth criteria is patentable invention. Actually, every country has a list of inventions they do not patent because of many reasons. Every country, due to their you can say technical nature, they have made actually in India, section 3 has around A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Okay, so that much of the categories we have in section 3, which are not patentable. So if your invention unfortunately clear first 3 criteria and fall into the 4th criteria, it is not patentable. Okay, I give you the example that if you want to try to patent a computer software, then according to section 3K, okay, it is not patentable. So it means that the software patent is not been available in India. However, software patent is very freely available in USA. Okay, so for software you can have a US patent, but not a Indian patent. Okay, in India, software falls in copyrights. Okay, so now if the government give you the monopoly or rights for your patent, it is not for lifetime. It is only for the 20 years from the date of filing, from the first date when you send your application to the patent office. For that, up to 20 years. Okay, and for that 20 years, you have the right to stop others use, sell, or import of the invention kind of thing. So this is one thing why I have taken patent time in this first slide is, hold on. Hello. But my voice is good enough. Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me? Okay, I give you one option. I am opening this Zoom link in my phone, and I will try to utilize the speaker voice. Yes, mobile for the lecture. Okay, I try. I am trying. Okay, so I try to speak bit loud, but and my Zoom client is actually downloading in my phone. So once it downloaded, I will try to switch my voice to the phone. So I have just explained about the patents, but there are other types of IPR. So in this slide, I try to understand or let you know how the three things, criteria, meaning, and the term and right is involved. So other types of IPR. So before that, I'm moving to the new slide. Now, different type of IPR. So how the patents are available in different categories. In agriculture, the patents, actually the patent, according to the definition, you can say that patent is for a novel product and process. I can tell you how it works. See, patent is for novel product and process. So a new product and process, whenever you have a new product or process with you, definitely you go for patent. So patent is available for any product and process, only two things, but it should be new, inventive, and industrially applicable. So patent is for given for two things, product and process. So now what products are available for us? Agriculture related products like machinery, fertilizer, processing, chemical composition used like for fertilizers kind of thing. In aviation or aeroplane based industry, so in aviation, wings, radars, airframes, engine, everything falls under product criteria. Automobile parts or even the mechanism or chassis or paint, the composition of paint or polish, again patentable. In biotech, vaccine, therapeutic, diagnostic kits, like that. So it is a exclusive list I have given from different criteria or different branches of the science. Even in pharmaceuticals that related to medicine, formulation, dosage form, in IT industry, chip and hardware. So software is actually not patentable, but chip, the hardware, the mobile phone or something which is not simply available for you have software is not as a patentable aspect, but other aspect of the invention related to the chip or hardware or the machinery which is tangible in nature can have the aspect of patenting. I try to connect from the Zoom. Just a second. I am actually connecting through the phone. If you have, I request the technical team. If you have blocked others, you just allow me to connect. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Can you hear me? Host, please allow me to unmute. I have actually connected to my phone, Chandan phone. I have given the name. I request technical team to please allow me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, better than before?
Yes, sir, better than before, sir. You can continue, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I just doing it. So this is the slide related to the types of IPR. So now very interesting facts are given on the right side, where only 80 to 85 invention patents are idle, remains idle and no commercialization. Now I give you one idea that if you file 100 patents, then it is a fact that not less than 10%. In last year it was 3 to 8%, which only see the market.
So it is understood that when we file about 100 patents, only 5 to 8 will commercialize. And believe me, in pharmaceuticals, only 5% of the patent will earn that much money that can handle the R&D cost of an pharma company for around 10 years. So the power of patent is too much and too strong. We used to file too many patents, but few of them only commercialize. So this is the fact which is available on the screen. So you can have that what kind of fact is related to the patent. So I have given time to the patent related to two sides, but I will move bit fast in other type of IPRs. So the next IPR is trademark. You all are aware of trademark, that any word, any name or symbol or logo or any mark which is adopted by or used by any individual corporation. Now, what is the name means? It means that is any word, name or logo which is having a kind of, you can say, which is used to recognize your product. Now I give you example that as in the image you see, there are number of water bottles in the almirah or in the showcase or a display. So if that bottles only contain transparent water bottle within a blue or green or red cap, or even for the more complexity, all is having blue cap. Can you identify which product is from which source, or which bottle is coming from which manufacturer, whether this bottle was the same you have tried before and you liked it before? No. So now everybody know Bisleri. So whenever there is a water comes, so you have a green caps box. Or even people being cheated during railways, when the moment the train start moving and you asked ordered a water, the person come and give you a green colored water. But fortunately when you turned it up and you said this is not Bisleri, it is Brisley or Bisoleri or kind of some kind. So people do start cheating with the trademark. So they try to change the words just to utilize or misuse the brand value of the water bottle with the name of Bisleri. So Bisleri has good reputation, so they try to cheat you by changing some name and character, but they try to imitate the same. They try to just copy the Bisleri trademark, and then they cheat you. So trademark has few reasons or few roles to play. So trademark give you that the product is coming from genuine source. Okay, now genuine source means if I give you a phone which is having a full apple in the logo, will you try wish to buy it? Okay, so if I give you a phone with having full apple means there is no bitten, it is complete full apple, so there is no part of being apple is eaten, so definitely it's not iPhone. So if the portion of an apple is being eaten on the right side means correct side, so that is the logo of iPhone. Okay, or if you have some car or homemade car or kind of an old car and you make some rings, that Audi rings, Audi. So Audi has multiple rings. Okay, now these all are steel rings, so you can manufacture those rings and fix on your car. The moment you apply the rings on the car, whether the car level improves to the Audi's level, or you put a sign of a Jaguar on your car, whether the car functionality improve to that Jaguar? No. Actually the logo is the representation of manufacturer who is manufacturing that car. So manufacturer's information is reflected by the use of logo. Similarly, your college also have one kind of logo. So there are n number of colleges there. Your people do identify your college or university from your logo. Oh, it is our Naipar Mohali, Naipar SS Nagar, Naipar Ahmedabad is there, Naipar Kolkata is there. There are 6-7 Naipars. So they know us by our name or our logo or their color of the logo. Okay. So what are the criteria of a trademark is distinctive, non-descriptive, non-generic kind of thing. The perpetual, the term of trademark is not limited by time. It is for perpetual, means first it is for 10 years and you can renew and it is for lifetime. So what are the oldest trademark you are aware of? Can anybody example me or give me during the session? You can turn on your speaker and tell me. Or if those who can speak, they can give me the example. The oldest IPR they know. Just give me your input. Anyone? Do you remember any? brand which is long, far long, or you know about Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola brand is around 136 years old. Okay, so these are the type of IPR. So IPR means sorry, types of trademark. So word is Subway, Canon, coined word Coca-Cola, FedEx. The FedEx word do not exist, but they are coined by some the people who create the Coca-Cola logo. So the apple is bitten at right side, not left side. Okay, the shoe sign, the BMW sign, surname, Tata surname, Toyota surname, Ford surname. They are initially the surname, but later they become the trademark. Okay, so Microsoft and Windows, they are two companies. They combinedly product. Now they are selling Microsoft as Windows, kind of thing. Or even the place, Darjeeling tea, the last one. I will repeat this. This Darjeeling tea is not actually a trademark. It's a geographical indication. I will let you know how TM and GM are same. So next IPR is design. Everybody knows what the design importance is. Whatever the thing you wear, you use, you utilize, you buy. First, you see the look of that particular thing. Okay, so whatever the dresses these beautiful ladies have been wore, that actually is the design or the creation of the creator, the artist. Okay, so what design means? The design type of IPR covers ornamental, visual, aesthetic appearance of IPR, of designs actually. So that is of value. So you buy. I give you the example. Many people are, go to the jeweler shop and they want to buy a ring. All the rings are made of gold and all are actually the rings. You are going to wear it. But definitely you take time to find out the ring you like. What exactly you are looking for? Gold is there, ring is there. You can simply find out any. You can by keeping your eyes closed, you can pick and choose anyone. But you still spend time which I look better, which I like. So actually you are looking for the design aspect of that particular product. Okay, similarly, the dress code. We used to buy and clothes. Why we have a different colors of clothes in our wardrobe? You can have only black pant or a white shirt with you. No, we have multiple colorful shirts because that actually improves our aestheticness, our appearance. So design has very much impact on IPR, and believe me, this is very easiest IPR. So you can take in your name. So these are the examples. Again, that the criteria is novelty, distinctiveness, and non-functionality. Because design only gives the design means visual aspect. So in design patents, you are not bothering about the functionality aspect. And design patent is only means given for 15 years. Okay, so these are the photos which are actually I have tried to find out where design is bit important, but this is only a representation. Okay, now copyright. So copyright is another type of IPR. So whatever you see on a drama stage and in a movie or a theater and something where the pen and paper is involved, all those file falls in copyright. So there is a list of copyright because copyright is a very exhaustive list of copyright material. So books, novels, poem, software, mobile apps, brochures, letterhead, presentations, books, okay, even lyrics of the songs or the rights of performers. So if someone is performing a drama on the stage, the right of creators is also there. Now important is the duration of this type of IPR. Creator life plus 60 years. Very important that you have to note down the plus between the two. Okay, I will show you this. 60 years. So if you know about Lata Mangeshkar, which was died recently last 1 or 2 years back. So in Corona actually, in the end of the Corona, we have lost Lata Mangeshkar, who was a prominent singer. So background singer. So she was around 80s, 70s, 80s or 60s plus years old, and then 60 plus. So during her life, she has all the rights of her songs, which was sang by her, and then the rights belong to his family, her family for next 60 years also. So you can imagine how long the rights of copyright belongs to. Okay, so These all comes under IPR. This camera gives you one image. That camera, in last I try to summarize that how multiple IPR domain in a camera. In the camera, why I have given this, the output of camera is a film. So that film containing image or a photo, that is also falls under IPR. Okay, so now geographical indication. The another type of IPR is, this is nothing but a trademark, but this trademark is not issued to a company. Like Audi, like Apple, every trademark will belongs to only one company, one person, one company. But geographical indication is given to associations. Association means, and the word is geography is there. So it is limited to the people of particular geography for the goods they create in their environment, and the quality of that goods is responsible or based on the environment or the skill set or labor of that particular region. I give you example, that is Kanchivaram silk. So that silk is actually manufactured, even though you have Kanchivaram silk is okay. So Kanchivaram silk is the silk which is might available throughout the world, but the silk which is available at Kanchivaram, because of their quality, their you can say environment of the Kanchivaram related area is responsible for the good quality of silk there. So the word Kanchivaram silk is only applicable to the silk which is manufactured in that region, and any mark or logo which is related to the Kanchivaram silk will be given to that association only of that area only. Okay, so simply Darjeeling tea. So Darjeeling is an area or district of West Bengal where people this area has a tea, and that tea has particular taste. So that tea which is grown by the farmers of that area, they will make association, and association will be given a logo in the name of Darjeeling tea, which I have already shown in the last slide. This one. Where is that? This. Can you see? Okay, so this is how. So these are the different types of geographical indications are there, and believe me, government is promoting GI because this is actually related to the grassroots level inventors or the farmers of that particular country. Okay, so there are many types of geographical indication available: Mysore agarbatti, Korg orange, Muga silk, blue pottery of Jaipur, Pokkali rice, Sujani embroidery, and many things. Okay, in Punjab also we have Fulkari. Fulkari is again a hand woven design of apparel or cloths. Okay, so trade secret. Trade secret is nothing but is key and lock is why it is been shown. Secret means until unless it is known to the other, it is called trade secret. So Coca-Cola formula is not known to anybody in this world. So that is secret. And until unless nobody knows, it remains secret. So there is no way to give your secret formula writing on a paper and keep in a lock and key. No. Secret means you have to declare that this is our formula, it is secret, and you need not to disclose it. That's it. So trade secrets are also a kind of IPRs. Okay. In India, we will not talk much about trade secrets, but when the people come from one organization move to another, like you now people or employee of a Twitter move to Facebook, or the employee of Facebook move to the Apple company, then they have very strong agreements related to the trade secrets. So the person who is working in Facebook company should not take the trade secret of Facebook company to the Apple company, or should not tell them. If you know also, you should not tell them, kind of thing. So this is the importance of trade secrets, not very much generally practiced, but at higher level it is also important. Now, a patent is a very important IPR. How? Now I am going to detail, because there are 8-10 types of IPR. I have been actually utilized half of my time just to explore the different type of IPRs. It is very difficult to cover all IPRs at one class, but I try to give the information about patent. Patent is a bilateral agreement between the two parties. One is inventor and one is government. So you file a patent, and according to your filing, government gives you the rights, and these rights will give you help you to create monopoly in the market. Now, why monopoly is there? Monopoly is something which is mono means single, poly means business. So monopoly is single business, no competition. Believe me, in market the toughest tool is the competition. You have to face the people who is also coming with the similar product, and you have to keep customer stick to your product for better sale or better revenue. So patent is a tool which actually gives you the monopoly, because nobody can copy your product. If they copy, you will drag them to the court. Okay, so patent is right to exclude others from exploiting or use of the invention. So patent is a monopoly tools to avoid competition in the market. That's why it is very important for industry. So as I already told you that patent can be granted on the novelty, inventive step, utility, and it should not fall in the section 3 of Indian Patent Act.
Here we have talked about
person having ordinary skill in the art. Actually, in obvious, this is posita. So here, the invention should not obvious to the person having ordinary skill in the art. Shortly, we called it posita. So it is an imaginary person. I give you the example because I am a pharma guy. So any pharma invention is very common to me. So if I tell a driver about a medicine, he may you can say surprise. But if I tell the same thing to the another pharma guy who is having equal knowledge or even more knowledge than me, and he said that, oh, it is very common to us. Okay, so you have to find out that it should not be obvious to any layman. It should not obvious to the person having ordinary skill. The civil engineer has the skill of civil engineering, chemical engineering, the pharmacist has pharmacy, doctors have a medical kind of thing. So the person of similar field should not say that it is invention is very obvious to us. Okay, what is invention? So I am giving here the virtue of Indian Patent Act. Actually, I want to let you know Indian Patent Act is an act first. So it is a law created by Government of India. So Indian Patent Act 1970. Okay, so Indian Patent Act 1970 has contained many sections. So the invention definition falls in section 21J, 21 and J. So invention means new product or process involving inventive step and capable of. So that is why 1, 2, and 3. How the 3 criteria comes into the picture? It is they have come to the Indian patent law definition of invention. Okay. So now you should always that what can be patented, or a person who's having general things, what they can patent. They can patent fundamental research. They can patent improvement of existing art. Existing means whatever you exist is there in the science. You improve it by modifying its properties or modifying its existing elements, and then the improved one can be patented. So that is called incremental innovation. Okay, then another is try to solve unsolved problem of industry. So industry has many problems and you try to solve them. The moment you try to solve them, then the solution automatically becomes patentable. And another approach, now I give you example of another approach is Apple Watch. So Apple Watch was neither a fundamental research. They are not the improvement of existing product. They have nothing to do with any problem solution, but they have a entire new product. So that is also a kind of a thing where you can make something very new or very different from the existing one, and that helps you means that creates something which is worth patentable. So what is not patentable? I already say that section 3A to 3P are not patentable according to Indian patent law. So there are not all, but there are few frivolous, contrary, scientific principle. So you cannot patent scientific principle. New property of known substance, very rigorous section. Actually, we have a limitation of time. Otherwise, I can tell entire hour on section 3D. So section 3D, new property of known substance. In chemistry and pharma, it is very important, because if you make a drug once, okay, one drug, you cannot patent the same drug for next medicine or next therapy, because new property of known substance. If the substance is already known, now any new form will not make sense. Okay, method of agriculture. Agriculture and horticulture is not patentable. Okay, plant in animal in whole.
So
So they are not patentable. Mathematical business methods or computer programs and their algorithm is not patentable. That is called softwares. So they are not patentable. Method of playing games. If you are a very good playing card player or a chess player, the method of playing is not important. Even you like my slides and I want to patent it according to the presentation, it is not patentable. So there are many types of invention which are not patentable according to section 3. You can have it.
So now these are the important patents. Hello. Hello. मैडम मैं एक्चुअली एक सेशन ले रहा हूँ आपसे बाद में बात कर लूँ. Okay, so what are the
important facts you should know that you should not publish your idea. Publish your idea. The publication will ruin the novelty word. Novelty means not known to others. And the moment you publish, it turns automatically to everybody.
So
So nobody should
before
go
filing a
before
patent.
filing a patent.
First to file.
First to file.
Or first
Or
inventor
first inventor to
So
file.
always try
So
to
always
file
try
a
to
patent
file a
as
patent
early as
as early as
possible.
possible.
And second patent always
always
expires
expires
within 20 years. If you do not
years. If you do
pay
not
annuity every
pay
year,
annuity every year,
maximum 20 years is
maximum
applicable
20
for
years
you.
is applicable
And to
for you.
make your
And to
patent
make your patent, keep your
valid,
patent valid,
you
you have to
paying
pay by
renewal fees
paying
every
renewal
year.
fees every year.
So that is you
So
must.
that is you must.
Okay.
Okay.
Now people have
Now
kind of
people
world
have
patent.
kind
World
of world
patent is
patent.
nothing
World
there
patent is nothing
because
there
every
because
patent is
every
granted by
patent is
country,
granted by a
government of
country,
that country.
government of
So
that
there is
country.
no
So there
government
is
which
no government which
control the entire world.
controls the entire
Indian
world.
government has
Indian government has Indian boundaries,
government
Sri
has Sri
Lankan
Lankan,
government has Sri
American has
Lankan, American has American, European has European.
The limitation of
The limitation of geographical boundary
creates the world and
creates
the
the
nation.
world
So
and the
every
nations,
nation
and
has its
every
own
nation has
limitation.
its own limitation. So Indian patent office cannot grant the monopoly of Pakistan.
Our patent lies
Our
within the
patent
boundaries
lies
of
within the boundaries of
That
one.
is why
So
if
that
you
is
want
why
to file
if you want to file the
invention,
same invention, one invention you file in India,
and then you want
and
to
then
file
you
it
want to
in
file it in US, Europe,
or China,
or China, in many countries, then you have to file separate patent for every country. And that is why filing may cost expensive. So how to find out whether expensive and you have to pay renewable fees also everywhere. Enforcement, that is renewal fees. So again, this exercise will collectively become very, very expensive. So we will try to understand that fact also, how to manage this exercise, okay, and make it pocket friendly. So patent is a negative right because it gives you the rights to stop others. It is a limited time property, limited by country and limited by time. Time means only 20 years maximum. Okay, maybe sold, license and mortgage. Mortgage means you can keep it, you can treat it as an asset. In some countries, bank also give loan on the basis of patent. If you have a very good patent and the patent is means capable to commercialize, bank give you the mortgage also. They can give us a loan on behalf of patent also. Patent has a power to stop importing the same invention from overseas. So if you have a patent in India and the invention is coming from importing, made in China and coming to India, your patent has a power to stop it on the port. It will not enter into the territory of India. That is what the patent can do for you. And patent can be licensed so that it can create a money option from to the owner. So if you are a owner and you have a patent, then you can license it and earn money. This is how a patent look like. It is a US patent photo. Okay, it's first page. So patent has many information: abstract, invention name, applicant, inventor, abstract, number of claims, like that. There are 4 claims, may or may not having designs. Okay, now I give you how to file a patent in India. So this is for India. Okay, every country has a procedure to file a patent. So in every country you can file few forms. So first, now I can give one more definition that actually I forgot to tell you. Patent is a techno-legal document. Techno-legal means technical aspect and legal aspect. So the legal aspect means the invention or the form or the application has legal information, and technical means scientific information. So I told that a patent is granted for a product or a process. So you have to scientifically or technically explain the product or process. So whatever the scientific aspect is there, so science covers in form number 2, and all legal aspects cover in form number 1. So what legal aspect you are thinking? You should might be people are thinking of, sir, what sir are telling some legal things. So might it be very tough or kind of thing? No, actually the form 1 containing the general information. Now name, address, your status, like you are a education, any college or education institutes. Similarly, a company or a startup, such kind of status. Who is your patent agent? Whether you are filing a complete application or provisional. So according to the scientific nature of the invention, there are two types. One is provisional, one is complete. So you can file any of those at a time. Okay. Now foreign filing. If you have filed foreign filing, then you have to give the statement where you have filed. And if you you not have filed any patent in foreign, then you have to give the statement that, so no sir, we have not filed any international patent. So that information goes in form number 3. Then details of inventors, how many inventors are there, what is their address, and they declare that the invention is ours and we are the true inventors. They goes in form number 5. So these 4 forms, 1, 2, 3, 5. 4 is missing, so you should not remember 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4. Okay. So these 4 forms, 1, 2, 3, and 5, is the basic application forms. And few are optional. Form 9, Form 18, and Form 28. Form 28 means if you and one more is Form 26. This is Form 26. This is for us. Being a patent agent, if you want to take our services, then you have to give us an authority or a power to act on your behalf. And that power of attorney or the power to act on others' behalf given to the patent agent under Form 26. So these all are optional forms. Form 9, 18, 28, like that. Okay. So there are type of application. As I told, there are 2 type of provisional and complete. So now I give you that what is the advantage and disadvantage. Provisional has advantage of 12 months. So if your invention is not complete and you are in process means you are in between of some science. You have not yet developed your product completely, but if you still want to book a patent in your name, then you file a provisional. So this provisional to complete, you have further 12 months. So within 12 months, now answer is within. So within means within 12 months, you have to complete your invention. Okay. And you can file more than one provisional also, like P1, P2, P3, all are provisional. And collectively you file one complete from them. Okay. So actually it is my style to draw entire thing on the screen. So please don't mind. Okay. So this is how the invention, 2 types of application goes on. Fees, now very important. When you file a fees, according to the Indian patent law, now it is very good news that all the education institutes have rebate of 80%. Now I give what is rebate means, or you can say not rebate, actually discount. So discount means if the fees actually before 2020-21 amendment in the Patent Act, all education institutes are equal to the corporate. So there are 2 types of fees now, 1x and 5x. So for a natural inventor, natural means an individual. If for an individual the fees is X, then for corporate the fees is 5x, 5 times. And for your information, the fees for a natural inventor, online mode, there are 2 fees, online and offline also. Okay. So online fees is 1600 rupees only for 10 claims and 30 pages draft. So if your patent application in form 2 means here form 2. So if this form 2 contains 30 pages and 10 claims, you have to pay only 1600 rupees as a fees. But if you are a corporate, you have to pay 5 times, that is 8000 rupees. So as an education institute, you are given 80% discount. So 1600 is 20% of 8000. And if you are not filing online, you have to pay 1750. So 10% extra. So it is technically 10% comes to 1760. So change नहीं है, छुट्टा नहीं है करके वो गवर्नमेंट ने 1750 किया. Okay, so they have converted it to 1750. Okay, so if you are a patent agent, then it is compulsory for you to have online mode, and for online you must have digital signatures to file a patent. So if it with digital signature will cost you 2 to 3,000 rupees per year. So I always go that to save money, you go for physical filing where you have to just pay 10% extra. So at the time of 1600, you should pay 1750. Okay, so that only can happen once you know the law. Okay, so you should understand this filing. Then there is a fees list available on the patent website of Government of India, IPO, IP India .gov.in. Okay, so this ipindia.gov is our official website of Government of India. There is fees section is there, patent section, patent, trademark, copyright, every section is there. In the patent section, you go for fees and you will find it out. Okay, so there is a list of entire fees is there. Okay, so this is what I have made for you. So 1600, but other forms are free. So this is free, this is free, this is free. So only fees applies to only one form, pay form number 1. But the number of pages count from form number 2. So the number of pages, which is 10 pages, 10 claims and 30 pages. The 30 pages is of form 2. Okay. Now request for publication, examination, authorization, and these are again optional. So generally patent get published in 18 months. So if you want to publish your patent early, so then you can write form 9 and pay 2,500 money to the patent office, and they will publish your invention within 1 week. Okay, so patent office also works when you give more money to them. Okay, that is, money is the motivation. Okay, so when you motivate patent office, they by paying fees, definitely they do fast for you. So it is up to you what you are going to opt for it. Now, okay, so this is timeline. Actually, I as I told that in normal publication it takes 18 months, but if you write form 9, it can be done here publication. So to reduce this timing, you can pay form number 9. Okay. Similarly, in examination means examination is with first. Where is the examination? Examination has to file. So examination is 48 months from the day 1. Okay, so if you are supposed to file an examination will not carry until publication is taken place. Publication ke bina, I mean without publication, no examination will take place. So anyhow, you have to get it examined. You have to first get it published. Now patent office has one more route nowadays, that is called expedited examination. Expedited means accelerated kind of thing, very quick examination. But that is only available to the government institutes. Government institutes or institutes which are supported by the financial support from the Government of India. So for example, even in NIPER, being a central government institute, if I apply for expedited examination, my patent get examined within 1 year. Okay, so entire this list can be, because this is 48 months, 54 months, 42 months. So now they will reduce to only 1 year, that is 12 months. So this is what government has done nowadays. Okay, so once the examination do take place, examination will release examination report. That examination report is called FER. FER means first examination report. So you have to reply this examination within 6 months, and then they will give you the grant or reject kind of thing. So this is basic timeline. Okay. Now this is the related of form 2. Actually, I am going to save money, so I think that this slide is no more very much interest, but it is the content of form 2. What is the technical aspect of invention to cover in form 2? That is abstract. It contains description. Description may contain many things: title, field of invention, background, prior art, object of invention, statement, detailed description of invention. So this their description is there. So this should be covered within 30 pages. Now people do ask, sir, if I have an invention, I need to write 60 pages or 50 pages. What else? You have to pay extra. For every extra page more than 30, you have to pay 160 rupees per page. and for 10 claims. So if you have more than 10 claims, for every excess claim, now 11th onward, you have to pay 320 rupees per claim. Okay. So like that. So if you pay more, you can even have more than pages of 30 and more than 10 claims. Now, what is the checklist? Checklist is that you have to conduct search. What you have to search? Invention is novel. You always before. Now, how I can save money? The way why I can save money is that if I know that my invention is patentable or not. Why it is important to know your invention is patentable before filing? Because if the invention get examined and the examiner found something which is already existing related to your invention, he will not grant you the patent. So it will waste your money and time, whatever you have invested. So before filing a patent, you should always check or conduct a patentability analysis that your invention is patentable. You can do it from online website, Google Patents, European Patent Office website, Indian Patent website, or eSpaceNet, WIPO Scope. There are many free tools are available on internet. You can use any of them and find your invention is patentable or not. Whether the work is published, if your invention is published, do not file a patent. If your invention is not published, means you have not published your invention or disclose your, even I take this as an opportunity to tell everyone who is listening to me, if you are from administration, you have to give one law, or you make one policy in your college or university that every thesis, because PhD and master's thesis to be submitted to the library, and library also considered as a public place. Although nowadays people in India, it is not very much common to publish thesis online. But if once it is published online, then you have nothing, you have no ways to file a patent. But even though you submit a patent thesis in your library as a copy of a library, as a part of submission of your thesis, always I request that you must make a policy that library should keep your thesis locked, not available to the every student until patent is get filed. So you submitted also to a library, but still it is not accessible to the public. So you stop accessibility once the patent gets filed. So accessibility is similar like publication. And even I have seen issues where my students has published their work on their LinkedIn. They are not publishing, but on LinkedIn they try to advertise what they are doing, and that also caught by the patent office as a publication or disclosure of the invention before filing. So we have one case with us where our student has demonstrated or posted his entire thesis or a part of thesis on linked to LinkedIn, and we are very much in defensive mode to how to defend our invention. So you should not do that. Okay, always try to work on, if you want to solve a problem of the invention, then it is very easy to get solution. Because if the solution do not exist before, patent office convinced very well that invention solution was not exist before, and now it is a patentable invention. And you should always verify your invention under section 3 or 4. 4 is for atomic energy. So if your invention is related to atomic energy, then only you have to bother 4, otherwise only 3. So your invention should not fall in that, and that checklist is very important while conducting that. Okay, so these are, if you are using biological material, submit your invention to the biological depository, International Depository Authority. So these are the authorities where you have to submit your biological sample and take receipt out of it. Once you take the receipt, the detail of receipt to be mentioned in the patent application. Then only, now what is the biological material? Now if you are working on invention related to turmeric or guava or jackfruit or anything sign like that, so they are biological material. Or you are working on a bacteria, or you are working on a fungus, or you are working on a plant extract, then everything related to the biological material, and you have to submit the copy of that biological material to the International Depository Authority before filing patent. Okay, so now tool to reduce. So always, now I give you one important thing which from this slide is this prior art. Already I have told why you have to search on internet that your invention is, because if your invention is get caught at last level, then invention definitely becomes means a waste of money. So you should do it technologically evaluation before filing patent. Then once you file a patent, then it's there are two options. You can start your own company, or you can license your technology to the others. Now, if you start your company, the risk is high because you need money out of it, and then you have to take the product to the market. But it will give you more share. So if you are the only owner, then all the profit will be come to you. And if you license your technology, there is no risk because all the risk lies with the licensor, like with the company who has taken or bought the patent from you. Then that is their responsibility to take our maximum out of it. Okay, so they will license it based on royalty, and royalty is not 100%. Royalty is always 5-10% of net sales or kind of thing. Okay, once you have the money, again develop a product and take the develop new product and create new idea and then come to the market. So once a cycle starts, now it is just like a addiction of drugs like that. So once you start selling one patent, definitely you start for new innovation on the next day, because once you have it tested, this is a kind of addiction. So once you started selling one product, definitely you launch new again, and this is the cycle where you earn money, you take care. What is the best way to save money? Try to do yourself. For example, if you want to make a driving license, you hire an agent. You have to pay 2,000 to 5,000 to licensing agent to have a driving license. Similarly, in passport or in PAN card, we pay money to the middleman. Okay, now if you know how to do it by your own, you will save entire money you are going to invest on the middleman. So that is the best way to save money and making it a pocket friendly exercise. Even though sometimes when you know what do you want from the service provider, then also you can have a better call. Okay, so these are the things you can do yourself. Okay, you can conduct this is I told you that if you now go and have a patentability analysis, their invention is patentable or not, in today market it will go 20 to 25,000 rupees. So you can save by doing it yourself. Okay, keep watch on market. So any upcoming product can spoil your game. So always keep watch on market. Whatever you are selling, going to sell, whether other products are coming in the same way. Okay, so now there are many things. White space analysis, what are the problem there, what people are selling, what are their profiles, how to sell them, apply for government agency. Government agencies are now funding a lot. Okay, I can give you. These I have already told you by licensing and by spinning off. What are the risks and what are the benefits? So these are the government agencies which are already giving money for patent filing. TIFAC, even we NIPER has also filed patent from TIFAC, free of cost. Okay. No, they must have agreements. Actually, before having now education institute have 80% discount. Okay. Now speed is the key to success, not 20 years of monopoly. In patents, now I give you the example of mobile industry. In mobile phone industry, the any one new phone come, it is replaced by another model within a year or 2 years. Now, can you imagine there is importance of 20 years of monopoly? No, speed is the success key of success. So how fast you develop your invention, how fast you sell it, how fast you move ahead. Try to stick to the market giant instead of selling. Sometimes people have a passion that I will sell my invention my own, but you are not capable to market it well. You cannot reproduce in the quantity required by the market, and you will struggle with financial, logistic, marketing, planning, strategy, other kind of issues. Instead of doing that, I always said license your technology to the big player. They have already everything in place, so you can have a royalty model for your income, so that 10% of sales. So if they sell 1 crore rupees, they will all simply transfer 10 lakhs to your account as a royalty. Okay, so and then try to take many small patents instead of big one. So I give you the example, iPhone 4s, because that was very old data with me. I have no latest data with me because I have left my organization company where I used to work on these technologies. iPhone 4s, once there was protected with 534 patents. Can you imagine 534 patents protecting one iPhone 4s? So you can find it that way. Thank you very much for your attention, and now I am open for question. Hope you have enjoyed the session and you have listened it well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your informative session, sir. Now the session is open for the audience. Audience, if you have any questions, you can clarify with the speaker now.
Okay, I am open. Any questions is there? I can see the chat box. Okay.
Participants, if you're join online participants also can ask your questions.
Yeah, actually, I am watching the chat box. You can write there also. Hope you like the section.
Excuse me, sir.
Huh?
Excuse me. Excuse me, sir.
Please tell me.
So how long it will take to get to get a patent filed?
Patent filing take only a minute. It is an internet portal of Government of India where you can upload the documents and pay the fees. The moment you upload your document and you pay the fees, it get filed.
That means granting it will take.
Granting, if you adopt form number 9, early publication and quick examination, in that quick examination criteria, it will take only less than a year. But if in normal condition, it takes 3 to 4 years.
So what is the difference between the publication patent and the designing patent?
Okay, there is no publication patent, actually, utility patent. You can say the product patent. Design patents cover only design aspect, whereas the normal patent on product patent or process contain entire functionality of the product. In design patent, you are talking about a bottle. Bottle shape is the design. So the design will only protect the shape of the bottle, but not functionality. But in the product or process patent, functionality also will be protected.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, how much money needed for student patent? There is no student patent is there. Patent is patent for Indian Patent Office. It is 1600 rupees for 10 pages, 10 claims and 30 pages.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your explanation, sir. Now we can wind up our session, sir, with a formal vote of thanks. On the behalf of Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, I would like to thank our speaker, Dr. Chandan Chanda, sir, technical scientist, IPR cell NAPA, for accepting our invitation and deliberating on the topic, how to make a IPR filing. The session was very informative, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Participants, the next session is going to start in a few minutes. Kindly stay online.
ഇത് മാക്സിമൈസ് ஓபன் பண்ணாம சரியா இருக்கும். முதல்ல இதை மினிமைஸ் பண்ண சொல்லுங்க. இப்ப ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க. ஸ்கிரீன்ல போகாதீங்க, லேப்டாப் போங்க, டெஸ்க்டாப் போங்க. இதான் சார். எது சார்? இதான். அவங்க அது வேணாம், அது வேணாம். ஸ்கிரீனுக்கு போயிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் எடுங்க. இந்த ஸ்கிரீன் ஸ்கிரீனுக்கு போயிட்டு இப்ப எடுங்க. அந்த
சார்
அப்படியே இருக்கு. அப்ப இதெல்லாம் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுங்க, கீழே இருக்கிறத க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுங்க. முதல்ல கரெக்டா தானே சார் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுங்க. இதை க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுங்க. இப்பதான் சார் வருது. இப்போ ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. இப்ப பிடிஎஃப் ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. ஷேர்ல தான் இருக்கு. பிடிஎஃப் மட்டும் ஓபன் பண்ணுங்க. கரெக்டா தான் இருந்துச்சு. தெரியலையே வீடியோ நீங்க இருக்கா சார்? பாருங்க இங்க வருது சார்.
வீடியோ ஆஃப் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கோம்.
Please remain silent.
It's time to start our next session. We would like to welcome our speaker of next session. It's time to start our next session.
It's time to start the next session. We would like to welcome our speaker of the next session, Mr. Sasivaran sir, Executive Director, KS Warriors Ashtaka Ayurvedic Trichy, to deliver the lecture on topic regulations for proprietary herbal products. Before we start the session, let me give a brief introduction about the speaker. Sasivaran sir has completed his bachelor's in biochemistry from PhD College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, and completed a diploma in business management from ICFA University. He has more than 30 years of experience in the field. Also, he has introduced many products in the market related to antibiotics, steroids, and baby foods. He is also a sportsman who has trained in table tennis, athletics, and badminton, and participated in open national athletic meets, and currently representing Trichy district in masters category. He is a member of the board of studies in botany, biochemistry, and biotechnology in various colleges, and distinguished Toastmaster of the Toastmasters International and Organization of Communication and Leadership through speech projects and leadership exercises. He is a mentor to new Toastmasters and new clubs. He has also delivered invited lectures in various conferences, symposiums, seminars, and webinars, and also workshops in different universities and colleges of Tamil Nadu in areas like herbal entrepreneurship, the Ayurvedic industry, traditional methods of manufacture, the medicinal herbs market, and many more. We are very much privileged and honored to have such a dynamic person as a guest speaker. We once again welcome you, sir, and welcome you to take over the session. Thank you.
Happy afternoon. All of you have the energy to listen to me.
All right. First of all, let me thank this institution, which I am associated with for the past 25 years and more. Thank you very much, the leadership of this institution, including the principal. Am I writing? It's okay.
It's okay.
Oh, Mike. Okay. Mike
Video.
is okay. Right. So thank you very much for this opportunity to interact with, I understand 200 plus people online and offline. Thank you very much. I think I will do my best to do justice to whatever I'm going to do today. So I'm going to, this is going to be, as a small caveat to all of you, this is going to be from the industry side and not a very technical session. I'm going to take it in a different way so that you understand the basics of what I'm trying to say. Nothing more. Let's go into the session. The next slide, please. You will change the slide or should I change? I will change. All right. So this is a brief introduction of what I'm going to talk about. So what is a herbal product? Then what is a proprietary herbal product? What are the regulations that govern the product? Then who is a consumer? What are his expectations? And what is the role of a manufacturer like me? So I'll come to what I am in the later part of the talk. All right. This is what you can expect from me. So I'm sorry, I try to move around. I'm used to moving around and speaking. So it's a little difficult for me to fix myself up here. I'll try my best. So it's my habit to move around. So what is a herbal product? A product is an idea. Anyone can have an idea to develop a product. And that is the product. The product is the product of an imagination of a person, an idea. A herbal product is something which has a herbal content in it. So whichever product that has a herbal content is a herbal product. They can be used as medicines, cosmetics, or any other forms like supplements, food supplements, or any other forms. There are different types of products when you classify them in any of the Indian systems of medicine, like Ayurveda, Siddha, or any other Unani or any other form. I'm talking from the Ayurvedic side because I'm associated with Ayurveda for a very long time. So I will talk from the Ayurvedic perspective today. There are three types of products. Particularly in Ayurveda, there are two types, the classical and the proprietary. Then the third variety has just been introduced, and those are the phytopharmaceuticals, which are the new variety that has been come into existence. So the classical, what is the classical product? I'm going to talk about proprietary, but I should introduce what classical product is about. So the classical product in any Ayurvedic industry is that product which comes out of a classical text. So what is a classical text? If I can introduce you to Charaka Samhita, have you heard of Charaka Samhita, Susulta Samhita, Vaishadhi Ratnavali, Ashtanga Hridaya? There are books like those, the classical texts which are mentioned in the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. So there are about 56 books there in the, I can say, the Schedule 1 of Indian, Drugs and Cosmetics Act. So from those 56 textbooks, whichever products that are there are taken to manufacture are called the classical products. And these classical products have the nature that the name cannot be changed. Whatever name is given in the text will have to be used on the product label. You don't have a choice. For example, you must have seen classical products like Chyawanprash. Have you heard of Chyawanprash? I'm sure you must have seen Chyawanprash ads. So Chyawanprash is one such Schedule 1 drug, which cannot be, the name cannot be changed. If you want to change a part of the name or the name itself, or any component in that product, then it becomes a PNP or the proprietary and patented products. So classical products are those from the classical texts, the 56 texts. So I don't want to deal with that much. So let us go into what is a proprietary product. A proprietary product is an original idea. Now the original idea can be a derivative of the classical product. Because if you have a classical mind, if you have learned classical much, your idea, your thinking will be in the line of the classical. And the product that you create will also have a classical base to it. So it can be a classical product. But the design of the product, the dosage form, the form in which it is being delivered, all can matter. Those can be changed. For example, if I want to make, you have heard of kashayams, water extracts. So if I want to make a kashayam as a tablet form, that becomes a proprietary and patented product. It cannot be a classical product. It is a classical product by base, but then you change the form. Then it becomes a proprietary product. That way, proprietary products can be from the classical background or completely a different product, which through your experience as a doctor or as a practitioner or as a designer of a product can bring out. This also can be a proprietary product. Any cosmetic or cosmetics in Ayurveda are called as Saundarya. I'm sorry, I'm not getting that. It's a new name that has been given. Saundarya. Okay, I'm not getting it. The same way foods. So the foods also are there. Ayurvedic foods are also there. Both these are the later categories now added to the Drugs and Cosmetics Act. And these products are proprietary products essentially. Because the basis can change, there can be excipients, many other areas to many other categories to it, so that these changes proprietary and patented products. Now, they are systematically formulated because a doctor or somebody who knows the product only can formulate this, because formulation is not an easy job. We all know that. When you formulate something, there can be side effects that are coming up. Ayurvedic products also have side effects. Of course, you should agree that it can have. So these products are all created to deliver, that is to have a desired effect on the body. So they have to be there. They have to be carefully placed in the market also. These are essential for a PNP product. A classical product is known to doctors. They know because they are reading the text. But a proprietary product need not be known to the practitioner. How does the practitioner know this? There is something called Dravya Guna, or they study the ingredients. The Guna, that is the use of the ingredient. So through that, they decipher that this product can be used for something. So that is a PNP. Classical, they already know because it's there in the text. So it has to be very carefully placed in the market when you are marketing the product. These are all challenges to the manufacturer. Regulations. When we come to regulations, government guidelines, see, formulations prepared with Schedule 1, they have a different guideline. And they are from the, as I told you, the 56 classical texts that are there. The list includes Charak Samhita, Susha Samhita, Ashtanga Hridaya, I told you already. They are marketed in the same name because the name cannot be changed for a Schedule 1 drug. Dashimula Arishta, have heard of Dashimula Arishta? Another classical product which is there in the market, commonly available. Proprietary and patented, as I told you, this product is owned by the individual who is licensing it or the company which is licensing it. They cannot, nobody else can get that license. For example, I have a product called Cassia, a hair oil, which is licensed under PNP. Now, the name Cassia cannot be given to any other company or any other product by any other person. That's the use of a patented product. The ingredients necessarily have to be from the 56 classical texts. Why? Because the 56 classical texts list out all ingredients and their uses in detail. Now, if you go for a new plant, which is not there in the 56 texts, not mentioned, you have to necessarily submit papers, research papers, which can correlate with its activity. So 56 classical texts mention certain ingredients, and those ingredients are taken. It is easy, they have to be maintained in that way for a PNP product. So the classical formula with modification can also be a PNP product, as I told you. Food supplements and cosmetics can be, they have to be PNP products. Formulated, some products are formulated with extracts. Extracts means hydroalcoholic extracts, water extracts, they are available in the market. You buy them and mix it in a certain ratio to form a product. This is also a PNP product. For us, we have been a traditional manufacturer. So we don't really use the extracts that are available in the market. We create our own extracts, like the kashayams. We make the kashayams, and from that we form the product. So if you go into, is this visible for you all? Is this visible? Okay, this is about licensing of the classical products. Licensing of the classical products. If you can see there, the published literature is required, but proof of effectiveness is not required because they are already there in the text. They have been used, they have been time tested for a very long time. Products have been in use for over 3,000 years. So the safety and efficacy has been already proved, and we need not have papers submitted for these. That is why the class that there is the classical products or the classical products need not be proved again. So you can license them easily. You have to submit the papers and the reference of the product, where you are picking that product from. Suppose I am taking a product from Ashtanga Hridayam, I have to mention Ashtanga Hridayam, and I have to list out where it has been mentioned, which page of Ashtanga Hridayam, and which part of the Chikitsa, what is the use of the product, why I am choosing that particular product. These have to be listed out, and then I can go for licensing. Whereas for PNP product, we have to list out why, what is the logic behind the product, why we are using those ingredients, how we use it, how is the process done, what is the SOP, everything has to be listed out. If I can go further, this is documentation. Find proper reference from permitted texts. All permitted books, the 56 books, proper reference for each ingredient has to be taken out. So without the proper ingredient, the product will not be licensed. We have to create a PAPCA SOP, standard operating procedure for manufacture. Why this is mentioned? There are times when we have seen a difference between mixing two extracts and making a product, and making a product through an SOP which combines all the ingredients and boiled together. There is a reference, a research paper submitted, I think, by Dr. Indra Marachandran, if I remember, from Kottakkal, about a kashayam, which was, there are a few ingredients. I don't remember how many ingredients are there. If you make a kashayam out of that product, all the ingredients put together and make a kashayam. And if you make individual kashayams or extracts and add them to it, the effect varies. The one which has been produced together has a better, probably because there are what do you call interactions where the process is being done. So a clear SOP is necessary for any product to be manufactured. So with a clear SOP, the manufacturing of the product, you can start manufacturing a product, make a sample of it, and go for tests, the various tests that you have to conduct. Here are the tests. The lab tests that have to be done, analytical tests that have to be done, the stability test, the rancidity, then the clinical trials that have to be gone through, toxicity tests, metal tests, active ingredients have to be separately tested. Method of action or mode of action have to be listed out, how it is going to act, and the excipient details that have to be given. In case of a kashaya, there are no excipients except for the preservation part. Rest of it, oils, there are no excipients because oil is a base and does not need an excipient. If you're going for a cream, you have excipients. So the form also matters. The form of the product also matters, how you're going to give this report. So with all these reports, when you apply, you will have to also check whether you have the proper allocation of space. You need an R&D because PNP is your own product. So you need an R&D space for this. You will need the particular machinery or equipment for that. And for manufacturing also, you will need whatever equipments you have mentioned in your SOP. All these have to be provisioned for. And with all these and the sample in hand, you can go for an application for a PNP license. When you go for applying for a PNP license, we all know that times are changing. So methods also keep changing. You have to keep upgrading your materials. You have to keep upgrading your documents. Each time you submit a paper, there's an additional document being asked for by the licensing authority. You have to be ready for all this. So your learning on the product has to be very keen and very intense. Unless it is intense, you will not be able to answer the questions that are coming up from the licensing authority when you are going for a license. So the process is actually very dynamic. And so you have to be very robust in your understanding, and you have to upgrade yourself when you go for a PNP license. Now, who is a customer? When you're going for a PNP product, I already told you that the PNP product is not a classical product. People do not know this. If I am a doctor sitting in some corner of a procedure, say in India, and you are giving me a PNP product, I do not know about this product. My reaction will be to reject the product. I will not want to use the product. Why would I use a product which I do not know? So how do I know this product? I need to be explained what the product. So I am the primary customer. That is the prescriber, the doctor, or the seller, or the consumer. All these people need to know what the PNP product is. So the PNP product, there is more work to you on documentation side. Both the licensing documentation as well as the external documentation. When you go to sell the product to somebody, you need to explain what the product is. Quality, you all know quality is necessary. Now, where does this quality come from? Can anyone tell me what is quality? Pardon? Zero deficiency, zero defect. Okay, what else? Customer satisfaction. Where does this quality come from? Where does this quality come from? From the product? From the? Let me get you. Louder. Design of the product. Okay, quality comes from here. The person who is designing it, the person who is manufacturing it, unless he has the quality, product will not have the quality. The readings that you get when you take out all those tests need not say that it is quality. The process has to be in quality, the SOP has to be in quality, the thinking has to be in quality, the idea has to be in quality. So quality has a much larger perspective than what we see as quality of the product. If you take a product from the market, how do you assess the quality of it? Everyone has his own quality. I have my own quality standards. If I have a PNP product, the quality that I give is my quality. If you have a classical product, Government of India has already given this is a standard. I have to maintain this. But if it's a PNP product, I am the quality. The quality is my thinking, my design, my way of, my want on how the product has to act on somebody, my want on the product's life cycle. If I want the product to be there in the market for 50 years, that's quality. There are manufacturers who have this fly-by-night operation. They make a product. In 1 year's time, they withdraw the product. They make a new product. So how do you define quality there? So quality is something that has to be associated with you, the manufacturer. So that is where the quality comes in. So quality is not easy to describe. That there should be a product quality, which all those reports will give. But below the line, there is more to quality than what you see. Packing has a PNP product. When you go to a shop to buy a product, be it a medicine or be it whatever it is, when you go to a shop to buy a product, if the product is not packed well, will you buy it? If the label is not properly designed, will you buy it? If the details are not there in the label, will you think about it? So, packing is very important. Pricing. The price of the product has a lot to it than what you see from outside. As a manufacturer, I can tell you that the price comes from the cost. Whatever cost you incur, and from there the price rises. It's not from the market that the prices are. Most of the times, it is from the cost that you arrive at a price. So the prices are actually diligently fixed, correctly fixed. Most of the times, they are acceptable. But sometimes we see that we do not accept the price of the product on the label. And we try to feel that this is highly priced. From the manufacturer's side, I can assure you that manufacturers fix prices on a certain logic that the product has to match the cost. When you sell it, it has to match the cost. So pricing is again an important factor for a product to sell. It has to be easy for consumption. You and I today need easy consumption. If you cannot carry out, see, I can understand a person taking a kashayam and traveling all the way. If he is a traveler, he has to carry his kashayam in a bottle. It may not be very easy. So you go for tableting forms. That is why earlier I told you a kashayam made into a capsule or a tablet is a PNP product. So a PNP product there helps when you carry a tablet instead of a kashayam. It helps you while you are traveling. So easy for consumption. Palatable forms. Today, we make syrups, we make juices. All these are made because this palatability has been taken into account. Because kashayam is not always very palatable. Kashayam is one of the strongest form of Ayurvedic medicine that you can get in the market. But certain times you have to compromise on certain aspects when you look at the customer in front of you. So you take to palatable forms to make it easier for the customer and understandable by his nature. All right. Convenient packaging. When you are packaging it in a bulk form or in some other form, it is not easy for you to carry. So convenience in packaging, dosage forms. When you know that you are going to give a 5-day prescription, a 5-day packaging is better. than a 10-day packaging. Why would I buy a product which I need for only 5 days? Why would I buy for 10 days? So convenient packaging is a necessity in today's market. The desired effect need not be told about. If this is not there, the product does not live in the market. This is the most important of all. When you are creating a product, it has to have some effect on the person. We have in our company, we have about 70 plus proprietary products, which we have our own, they are all our own design, of course, from the classical point of view. Coming to what I am doing, this is our company, Ashtanga Ayurvedics. This company is 86 years old today, started in 1936 by my grandfather and a physician, Ayurvedic physician. He completed his education in 1933 and came to Trichy, established this company. And at that time, he established this with very few proprietary products, and most of them classical, because his knowledge of classical was much more than proprietary. So he started his life with classical products or Schedule 1 products. And later in the years, there was a necessity to create proprietary products. I'll tell you a small incident by which he started creating. There was some actress, I do not know who it is. It has not been revealed to us. A Tamil actress who came to my grandfather for hair care. And that time we had only those classical formulations. And when he questioned the person to understand what her problem was, he understood that the problem does not get a cure from whatever existing products he had. So he had to create a new product. That was the first time when he created a new product for somebody who he did not know, but was a famous person. An actress from the Tamil industry came to Trichy to see my grandfather. For her, he designed an oil, and that oil is still in the market. But we still do not know who the actress was. We could not, because probably my grandfather thought that we might misuse her name for selling the product. He was so devout that he did not want this to happen. He did not want us to misuse her name. So he never revealed this to us. The product is there in the market. So then started, maybe in the 40s, late 40s or so, we did this design of this product. So you can imagine that times some beauty in the industry had come to our place to get a product. So that was the first incident. From there on, there was no looking back. We started our foray into these proprietary products, and we have created a lot of proprietary products. Today, we manufacture about 300 plus products in this factory that you see there. There in the picture, 300 plus products, out of which about 70 of them are proprietary in nature. 200 plus are classical products, and the rest are foods. We have forayed into FSSAI products also. So Ayurvedic foods have come into the market. So we are bringing in single ingredient products like, for example, garlic. Garlic is an excellent product. We all know garlic, the use of garlic. So we have started bringing out products like garlic as single ingredient capsules. So again, the dosage form, the form of consumption, all this has been taken into account, and we have created a new package for all these classical products. The classical products are easy to make because they are there in the text. The SOP is also there in the text. But for proprietary products, we are completely in the dark on how to do the process. So we do a lot of R&D behind them and check out how it is in the laboratory. From the laboratory form, the product has to go into the main factory. Before that, it maybe years pass before the product goes into the factory. For example, we created a shampoo, an Ayurvedic shampoo, which is based on a Kerala concept called Thali. This concept, we We started this experiment in 1996 or so, if I remember. It took 5 years for us to stabilize a product. 5 years. Each time we make the product will be a failure. After 5 years, we saw some success in the product. But then, even today, we have stabilization problems with the product. Because it has herbal content, it doesn't, the excipients have to be very carefully put in there. So we have worked a lot on the R&D part of such products. All our PNP products have gone through a lot of R&D, and then we have put them into the market. So today we are successful. Our shampoo is the most selling product that we have in our. None of the other products sell as much as the shampoo does. So much is the sale of the shampoo that it is the #1 product today. But the work that has gone into it is immense. The base behind the product is that it is a mixture of herbs, ground. In Kerala, there is a practice, like when you're going for a bath. I took it from my own story. I took it from my own mother. I remember my mother going to bath after applying oil on the head, and they usually have their bath in the ponds, the temple ponds. So they walk up to the ponds. When they walk up to the ponds, they pluck these leaves, herbal leaves. Some leaves they pluck. I don't know what that was when that time. She used to pluck some leaves, go to the pond. First thing they do is they grind it with a stone there and keep it there. They do all their work, they have their bath, they wash their clothes. After that, and the end process is take out this mash and apply it on the head, remove the oil. This was a process that attracted me. And I tried asking questions to my mother, and she came out with the herbs that she was using. And then thus was born this product, this shampoo, which is today the #1 product of our company. So every idea that you put in, if there is a product idea, put it into practice, then comes the PNP product. PNP product, there is a lot of thinking behind the product. There's a lot of R&D behind the product. So PNP product is something that is a mainstay of the company. If you have a PNP product, that is a brand of your company, that becomes a brand, that increases the brand value of the company. A classical product need not increase the brand value of your company, but a PNP product will increase the brand value of the company. Today, if you want, you look at many brands that were there. If I remember, there's a product, there's a soap which came from Kerala. Remember a herbal soap which came from Kerala. Suddenly, it rose in the market and it was a big product. Later on, the company just came over and valued that company at 400 crores or so. Bought that company. The manufacturers got that big at money. That was unimaginable. That is how valuation goes up when a patented product comes out. So patent is a big idea. If you have ideas, bring it out into a product. Think about being an entrepreneur and bringing up your own business. So patenting is worth the price. With that, I wish to thank you all for having given me the gift. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you, sir. The session is open for the audience. Audience, if you have any doubts, you can clarify with our speaker. The participants who have joined online, you can ask your questions also.
Can we stop sharing? Can we stop sharing? It's a question.
Sir? Sir? There are questions in the chat box. Sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's a question here in the chat box. For a startup company, herbal company, would you suggest either supplements or herbal cosmetics? Very difficult question to answer. I feel the supplement market is still more open. The cosmetic market is now very, very crowded. I have seen this in lots of brands are available in the market. And so to get your product moving into the market, it needs a lot of expenditure from the side. To sell a cosmetic product, we need to advertise. You need to advertise not small amounts, but large amounts of budget has to be allocated for advertising for proprietary cosmetic products. It's very, very difficult in the cosmetic market. So I feel a herbal supplement would be a better choice for a startup. Hope I have answered your question, Mr. Arun Negwas Velamani. There's another question. Any examples of proprietary herbal products? Many examples are there. There are lots of names that are coming up from my mind. I have one more products from Acacia. There is heparin, there is Mayheni. Mayheni is an anti-diabetic product which has been studied for a long time. There are at least, I know at least 10 people who have studied Mayheni in their labs. And they have come out with there are papers appearing on Mayheni. It's an anti-diabetic product. So there are lots of herbal proprietary products available in the market. There is one product called Pilosip Protocol. There are Himalayan products which are proprietary products. Pilex is one, Pilex is another product. Livomin is a product of China, which is a proprietary product. Liu 52 is again a proprietary product. Musraf, have I answered your question? Any questions from the floor?
Participants?
Participants, if you have any doubts, you can write it in please.
No questions are important. Any question you can ask. Even if you feel that it's a silly question, ask it. Only when you ask, you get an answer. And you don't get a chance to meet me all the time. I'll come very rarely. So this is one chance to ask questions. No questions in the chat box. Either I have done a bad job or whatever. Yes.
Sir, shall we get an internship opportunity in our company?
Yeah, you can come through the proper channel. We'll do something about it.
Thank you, sir.
There are no questions. I will rest my legs.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Participants, it's the time for the valedictory function. Kindly stay connected with us.
More question chat box. Sir, one more question from the chat box. Proprietary product, how it's used by a company?
So there's one more question in the chat box.
That's one more question in the chat box. The proprietary product, how it is used by a company? Proprietary products, how it is used by a company?
It is used by a company. The question is.
I didn't actually get the question fully well. But I think I can tell you why a proprietary product to a company. So for a company like ours, we create classical products and proprietary products. When we do, I already explained this. When we do classical products, we are just another manufacturer doing the routine work of creating a generic product and selling it to the market. Like for example, if you take allopathy, make a paracetamol tablet and sell it into the market, naming it as paracetamol tablet. When I create a proprietary product like Crozin, the name Crozin is you, it becomes a proprietary product. It creates a brand value for the company that is making it. If I am able to successfully sell a product in the market, it brings up a brand value. Today, if my intrinsic value of the company is say 10 crores, a company will see my brand as a potential product in the market. Maybe my own product brand as Asia, this is a shampoo, or my name, this is an antibiotic. Some company might value me at 100 crores. And they might want to buy me for 100 crores. See my value? My value goes from 10 crores to 100 crores just because of a brand. I have not done anything towards it. I have created a brand. So that is what the PNP product does. Proprietary product does. The proprietary product gives you that leverage to add value to the company more than the classical or the generic product. This is what happens. I hope I have answered this question.
Thank you, sir.
I request our chief guest, our principal madam, and our distinguished professor sir to come on the stage, please, for the valedictory function. A very pleasant good evening to everyone. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory function of one-day national seminar on deciphering the avenues of intellectual property rights and pharmacovigilance, organized by Department of Pharmacovigilance, Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences. To begin with, may I call upon Mrs. V. Kavita, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacovigilance, to deliver the response. A pleasant good evening to all gathered here. It's my immense pleasure in welcoming you all to the valedictory function of a one-day seminar on the deciphering the avenues of intellectual property rights and pharmacovigilance, organized by Department of Pharmacovigilance, Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Trichy, associated with the Tamil Nadu Dr. NGR Medical University, Chennai. I would like to thank, first of all, to the chief guest of today's program, Mr. Sasivarya sir, for accepting our invitation and came here. And I welcome you, sir, for the valedictory function. And I would like to welcome our respected and beloved principal madam for who have been motivating us and guiding us in all our activities. And I'm very glad to welcome our professor sir and vice principal sir for supporting us in all our activities. And I would like to welcome all the teams and all the department heads and staff members, non-teaching faculties of our college. And I would like to welcome all the participants from various colleges who are all connected through us through this virtual mode. And I would like to welcome all the students from various colleges who came here and attend the seminar and grasping their knowledge. And finally, I welcome you all for the seminar valediction. Thank you for making this event a grand success. I welcome you once again. Thank you, one and all. Now I request any one of the participants who have joined in online and also offline to give out their feedback about their seminar.
Good afternoon to one and all. My name is Mohammad Adil, B.Pharm final year from Srinivasan College of Pharmaceutical Science. I'm very grateful for Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Science for conducting deciphering the avenues of intellectual property rights and pharmacovigilance. And I'm really thankful for Periyar College staff for hospitality and for conducting in a decent and very wonderful manner. And I even thank Dr. Sakineshwari ma'am, principal of Srinivasan College of Pharmaceutical Science. Thank you and thank you. It was very effective. and it was very useful for our career, and they have given vast knowledge about this topic. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself, Rashida Safran from Srinivasan College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Samayapuram. It was really very effective session, and it was really useful and productive too. So we have visited your Ashtanga industry a month before. So this session was really useful. Thank you for Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences and Principal Dr. S. Sakina Deshwari ma'am for making this opportunity. Thank you.
Present afternoon, one and all gathered here. I thank my college, I thank the principal, and I thank our staff for conducting this wonderful seminar today. It was really useful and very informative, and it also helped a lot of students, not only from my college, but also from other colleges to gain knowledge, and it was very useful. Thank you very much.
Participants who have joined us in online, any one of you, please kindly give away your feedback. Please unmute yourself and give away your feedback. Any one of the on any one of the participants, please share your feedback who have connected online.
Good evening, sir. Evening, man. We are from the Institute of Medical Science. And myself, Mohammed Shakil, B.Pharm final year student. Really, today seminar is good. I got satisfied and more, and I am expecting that more in future, sir, and more topics and related that seminar should be conducted like this. Okay. Thank you for organizing that wonderful session.
Excuse me, kindly introduce yourself once again, please.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, one and all. I'm Annapurni. I'm alumni of Periyar College. I'm really happy for back to us PCPNs. I'm so happy when I hear the news that a national seminar was going to conduct in our college. And also I really proud to PCPNs, alumni of PCPNs. I come back to this one day national seminar, and also I encouraged my students, those who are in Indira Ganesan, they are also participated in this in our college one-day seminar, one-day national seminar. I think so. They are also very happy, and they also gained a lot of knowledge in the session. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, PCPNs, and thank you, Sendamare ma'am, Ismail sir, and Krishnamurthy sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your.
It's time to honor our chief guest. May I invite our respected principal ma'am to honor our chief guest by adorning him shortly.
And I request our distinguished professor sir to present him a memento. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Now I request our chief guest, Mr. Satyavarya sir, to deliver the valedictory address.
Happy to be on stage again, addressing you all. So you've been here for some time and listening to various lecture talks. I'm sure you must have learned quite a bit. And you are taking something better or something different from what you have heard from various people. I'm sure that have been very impressive talks, much more impressive than what I did today. And you must have learned something about life. All I have to say is, you are here, you're finally you're finishing and going out. When you go out into that harsh world outside, you have to learn how competitive you have to be, how resilient you have to be to have success in the world. Success in the world is not very easy, but I'm sure it's not far away from us. All we have to do is commit yourself for your life. You have to learn to love yourself. You have to learn to understand what your life is. It's not about others talking about your life. It is your life. You have to define what you want to be in your world that you create around you. It's very important how discipline comes into play in your life. Discipline is something that, although parents have thrust upon us, we did not like it very well. It was not very tasty, not very palatable with those terms that I mentioned earlier. But it's something that carries you long in your life. I can say from my own life that I was disciplined a lot. I did not like it then. But then I understood that this was something that was a learning for life for me. For example, when I was in my 7th standard, I was compelled to do house chores. You know what house chores are? Cleaning up the house, brooming, all that. They also asked me to do cooking. I was thinking, why should I learn cooking? But then today, when I'm 60 years old, I know how it helps me every day. I want to create something in my own world of the kitchen, I can do it. I want to create something for my children, I can do it. It becomes easy when you were disciplined at that time, or when I was in the age that you are in today, when I was disciplined then, I refuted it. But then I went through the process because I had to go through the process. I had no choice. When I went through the process, I resented it, but in later life, it gave a lot of strength to me. Today, I can do anything that I want. I have learned everything that I could do in my own small world. I have created what I am. I know what I am. My strengths, I know. So these are very important when you go through your life. This is a very early time that you are getting into the real life now. After college, it's going to be real life, you and the industry. There's a lot of difference between what you learn from the college and what you actually go through in the industry. Those who have visited us in the industry know us very well, know what I am meaning today. I've already told them, they've already seen, like the girl who just came up and said that I visited your industry. I remember her now. When you said that, I did not know before that, but then when you said that, I remember your face. I remember that boy also came. Yes, I remember you. So I know that these people came to the industry, they worked, they went through the whole procedure, they saw the workers doing their work. Please sit down. Real world is different from the college world. What I'm trying to say is, prepare yourself to meet those, the wide world where you are going to adapt yourself. You need to adapt yourself. You need to change. You need to change from your adamant self. I know we are all adamant people. We don't want to change. But change is the only thing that will manage us through our life. We need to keep changing. So prepare yourself for the change that is inevitable in life. You're going to see change every now and then. Every periodical changes are going to be there. So we need to learn that. Like we say certain things are never changing. Somebody said the sun rises in the east. Is it not? Does it change? No, that's a perspective. Sun doesn't rise in the east. The place it rises, we call it as east. Right? So it's a perspective of life that you have to take yourself into. You have to understand what life is going to be. Industry is different. You will face a different world when you come into, somebody asked for internship. I promise you, it's going to be a different time when you come into the industry as an intern. It's not going to be the same as a student. So prepare yourself for that change. Prepare yourself for people talking to you on how you have to behave. You might not have felt all this in your secure world of the college and the home. But in the industry, you will be given your place. You will be shown your place. So we have to be prepared for it. I'm not warning you. I'm just preparing you to think in those lines. And with those words, probably from my experience that I'm talking about, I'm sure you will take it the right sense and try to learn the right things in life and take life forward. All the best to you. There will be wonderful people out there in the world. Keep creating a new world for yourself. All right. Thank you very much for the evening. Thank you.
Stand for certificate distribution who have participated in the one-day seminar. Now, I call upon the student representatives from the following colleges to receive the certificates. I request the champions to present the certificates. First, College of Allied Medical Sciences, Madurai. Mrs. A. Sharmila, Assistant Professor, Srinivasan College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Trichy. Students from Srinivasan College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Trichy. Final from Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Third year B.Pharm student, Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Second year B.Pharm student, Periyar College of Pharmaceutical Sciences. Time to honor the organizers of the seminar from the Department of Pharmacovigilancy. Dr. S. Shakila, organizing secretary, and also we have in charge of Department of Pharmacovigilancy. Next, the coordinators of the program, Mrs. B. Kavita, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacovigilancy. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Now I call upon Mrs. N. Shanta, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacovigilancy, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, one and all. It's my pleasure and privilege to present vote of thanks in front of you. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected and beloved principal ma'am and convener of this program, motivation and guidance to arrange such a wonderful seminar. Thank you, ma'am. I thank our respected distinguished professor and vice principal sir, who are the co-convener of this program. We would also like to extend thanks to organizer and head Department of Pharmacognosy, Dr. S. Shakila Banu, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Foremost, our heartful thanks go to our esteemed speakers, Dr. V. Gopal, Principal of Mother Teresa College of Pharmacy, Institute of Health Sciences, Puducherry. Dr. V. Kalekchelman, sir, Senior Principal Scientific Officer, Hyderabad, UP. Dr. Chandan Chandran, sir, Technical Senior, Punjab, and Mr. T. Sasivaria, sir, Chief Guest of Valedictory Functions and Executive Director, KS Warriors, Astaganda, Ayurvedic Private Limited, Trichy. Thank you, sir. Today, we have acquired a lot of information which will truly help us in our life. We have no words to offer gratitude for our valuable presence to deliver this lecture. I would like to thank all the respective representatives who have encouraged us with their presence. We are thankful to all our faculty, these efforts and make this function grand success. Finally, we thank all the teaching and non-teaching faculty of our institution for their cooperation and support. Thank you and thank you and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again, I thank everyone for their participation, and also I thank the dignitaries on the dais, and I wholeheartedly thank all the participants from various colleges across India who have joined in online platform and participants who have joined offline. I thank everyone for your participation and making this Monday seminar a grand success. Thank you one and all.
Get outside, having process for having